everybody.
Hi, Stephen.
Hola.
Hola.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Una cerveza, por favor.
Dos Corona.
That's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Tres
No,
tequila.
then that's a Guinness.
Oh, don't you know? Jesus.
Chair, we are live.
That's Jesus, by the way.
Okay, everybody, we are now live and did Carrie come back?
She said
she-
2 seconds.
She did, but I think that may have been a little bit of hyperbole. Let's see.
She will
Oh,
be.
I see her walking around. Hey, you know what, though? I could actually sort of kind of get started because we do have a quorum. Being the quorum being Val, Stephen Welch, and myself. So we can
And
get
Abby's
Val in.
there.
And who?
Abby.
Kim,
Oh, where? Oh, Abby, you always slip in without me seeing you somehow.
I know. Well, I'm at the far end.
Okay, so welcome. And all right, I'm going to get it started because we are live. Okay. So, folks, welcome to the most watched show on television. This is the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. For the record, I'm Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let's confirm that the following board members are currently with us. Members, when I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative, please. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby Camp.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen Welch.
Here.
Very good. And Carrie, are you there yet?
I am.
Okay, so Carrie Thornwell for the record, and I'm once again Ray Pohl for the record. And staff, when I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Hello, Holly. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of, guess what, folks? It's over a year ago. All right, we're
Oh,
going on plus 1 year. Executive order dated March 12th of 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's famous YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak at this time, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members for the meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I will introduce topics and speakers, so please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called. And let's direct all comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and make the taking of minutes easier. Finally, votes taken at tonight's meeting will be done via roll call. So the first order of business is to hear from Kathy, because Kathy is going to modify tonight's agenda in some way. Are you not, Kathy?
I am.
Okay, so tell us how.
Would you remove or approve to remove number 12 in new business, March 1st? It's 41 Wawinnet Road Pool.
Okay,
So moved.
everybody get that? So that's we're going to remove item 12, 41 Wawinnet Road. Item number 12 under new business is now stricken from this agenda. And Stephen, you moved to approve the agenda, correct?
In addition, yes.
Right, thank you. Okay, so on that motion, Val Oliver,
aye.
Abby Camp,
Aye.
Carrie Thornwell,
Aye.
even on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor of that motion carries. So, folks.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hey, John, how's it going? So for the record, John McLaughlin has just joined us. Nice to see you, John. Welcome to the most watched show on television. Okay, first up, we have some consent items, 17 in number. Let's see.
Mr. Chair.
Was that you, Holly? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We were going to do public comment.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Yes, Holly, you're absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. Sorry, folks, backing up just a moment. We are going to have Holly make a public comment at this time.
So, Mr. Chair, in attendance tonight, we have our consultant, Phil Thomason from Thomason Associates, who is creating the design guidelines for Resilient Nantucket. And he would like to speak for a couple minutes.
Okay, very good. And I'll just remind everyone that public comment is not something that's up for deliberation because it hasn't been noticed, but we will certainly hear what he has to say. So you have the mic, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Well, first, I just want to thank you all for your comments on the first draft iterations that you've seen of the resilient design guidelines that we prepared. I'm still working through a number of the comments and just would appreciate if you haven't had a chance to look over the document and make some comments, if you have any, and get that to Holly. I would appreciate it if you could get comments to her on the 22nd. That would be next Monday.
Okay.
And then that would give me a chance to go ahead and take the comments, put them into another iteration of the draft and send those back to you by the end of next week. So that gives you then, another few weeks to take a look at that draft and see where we go from there. So that's basically it. Just if you have any additional comments you'd like to get to Holly, it would be very helpful if you could do so by next Monday, the 22nd. And if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, we can't give you questions at this time because that would be a deliberation, but I think that you could do that offline, correct? In other words, we could contact you directly as individuals rather than through the meeting. Oh, I think you're muted, but you just nodded yes. Okay, thank you very much. That was our public, thank you. That was our public comment, and now we are on to consent. Let's see, Val, you need to recuse, right? Anybody else? Looks like not. So we have a
Stephen needs to recuse.
Oh, Stephen Welch needs to recuse?
Number 11.
Okay, I trust you. Okay, so we still have on this then, we have John voting, Abby, Carrie, myself, okay? Anybody care to make a motion?
Motion to approve consent.
Thank you, Abby. So on the consent agenda, a motion to approve, John?
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Stephen.
my unmute wouldn't work. I just wanted to state, yes, as Terry said, I had recused. I was obviously listed on that. Thank you.
Okay, but we're clean because you did recuse. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, consent with conditions, 6 items. And it doesn't look like anyone needs to recuse from this one. So we have 4 regular members at this time and 2 associates. So Carrie, you want to sit on this one?
Sure.
Okay, great. Can somebody make a motion on consent with conditions?
Motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, Val, thank you very much for that motion. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Val, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion carries. Okay, now we're to old business. Hooray. This is old business dated February 23rd. We have on a lot of these, we have established boards. Now, the first one features Diane Coombs as the MC. Now, has Diane joined us yet?
She's having trouble getting on. I just spoke to her by phone and she's having a difficult time like last time, actually
Oh.
getting into the meeting for some reason.
Okay, so then I think it'd be in the best interest of the meeting moving forward to hold items 1 and 2.
Actually, Ray,
Wow.
Ray,
Yes, Lisa?
just on 2, we're not going to have that heard tonight. And at the same time, I was going to request, because there was a staff error that they forgot to list the main house revisions
Yes.
under new business, that we move both things to the beginning of the next meeting.
Well, okay, so because I have obviously a clear conflict in this, I can't be voting
I'll
on it.
make a motion.
Can I say something real quickly? Sorry, all. That was a staff error, but the next meeting will be Tuesday, March 23rd, because I've already posted Thursday's agenda. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry
understand
about
that.
that. Okay, all right. Okay, sorry.
I understand that, Kathy. That's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, just a point of order. Again, I'm recused, but we should probably establish who the chair is for this particular little thing. You have
Abby's
to fight
missing.
among yourselves.
Do you need me
Yeah.
to chair?
Abby's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
There she is. Oh, she's hiding.
Sorry, I was just in a more comfortable chair. I'm here already. Do you want to, do
Lisa,
you
you
want to?
may want to reiterate what.
So we had submitted some revisions for the main house for Lincoln as well, and they got inadvertently left off the agenda. So Kathy had suggested to Tammy that I hop on when the garage was being heard and ask for both of those to be moved to the next meeting of the 23rd, to the beginning of the next meeting of the 23rd.
That's all you want?
That's all I want for right now, yes. There'll be
Okay.
more later.
Okay, who's my board?
I'll
Val?
make, yeah,
Yeah,
I would
Can I
motion to,
really quick, the people you have available is Abby, Johnny, Val, Carrie, and Steve.
thanks,
But since
Terry.
Since it's not being opened, when it comes back on, you can go back to the original board, which included
Diane.
Diane, thank you.
Okay, Val, you're gonna make a motion?
Yes, to move for Lincoln, item number 2 on old business from the 23rd to the beginning of next Tuesday's meeting with its an accompanying for Lincoln main house alterations as well.
Wow, thank you. Stephen, are you in favor?
Aye.
Let's see, John?
Aye.
Val's in favor of our motion?
Yes, I am.
And-
Carrie, aye.
Oh, Carrie, thank you, Carrie.
Sure.
And that passes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to hold 86 Quidnet until Diane can get in.
Well, yeah, so I was about to say, I think Terry told us last time that we don't need to take a motion on that. We're just going to pass over it until Diane shows up, and then we'll go back. And I would say the same thing is true, Matt, if you're on board. Because you have a 4-person board, I do not want to move forward without Diane on that. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, we could move forward if you wanted to, but if she's going to join us shortly, we don't mind waiting.
Okay, I think that's probably the best thing to do.
Don has got his hand waving with a pen. That's all I can see. No face, just his
Oh,
I
yes,
have a question, Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
The first one we done was Derek Till, am I right?
Well, see, we didn't do that, John, because Diane is chairing that and she's not here yet. So we're going to go back to that one, John.
What do you
Okay?
decide to do with it?
We're passing over it for the time being until Diane can log on.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if you're okay with it, we're fine with moving ahead with a 3-person board.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you. Let's see. Be myself, Val, Stephen. Okay, fair enough. I mean,
we made a pretty significant change
it is
based on the
your-
board.
it's your choice, Matt. So if you're okay with a 3-person board, then okay, let's go for it. I mean,
Sure.
I'm sure, like you, we would all like to get beyond this. So,
Yes.
okay, so we're now on to item number 3, 14 Lowell Place. It's the board is now myself, Val, and Stephen. No alternates. Okay, go
All
for
right.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the line too, just so you know, we have myself, the Norrises, and we also have Rebecca McWilliams, who's the Norrises attorney. She's probably got a few things to say. I'll try to keep my comments brief, but so the last, there's been almost, I think, 4 weeks since the last time we were heard, but we made a pretty significant change based on a recommendation from the Historic Structures Advisory Board and some feedback that we've received consistently from this board, specifically the telescoping or the rear master suite. Again, that was a one-story element, and we thought that it was, primarily completely out of view. But I think that, again, just based on how many times this has been before you, this will be the 7th. We made the concession and just took that master suite and took it off the back, and we actually put it up on the front. This is something I think that Historic Structures Advisory Board had suggested at one point. We were hesitant to do it. It basically eliminates the possibility of doing a garage, which we've since conceded and just agreed that we wouldn't have a garage. So this is a big change, probably most visible on the north and south elevations, again, because of the telescoping. Just to reiterate, obviously, when we started this, we've made a number of changes in terms of the overall height. We've reduced the height by over 3 feet, I think 3.5 feet. We changed the trim detail. We had the very austere detail, which I think some of us liked. We went to gutter returns, more traditional trim detail. We changed the window type from 2/2 to 6/6. We added the front wraparound porch, and again omitted the garage and made just most recently this most significant change. I think if I don't know if it's Holly who's presenting. I was going to see if we could scroll down to the second to last image, which just shows, well, actually, I think the north and the south elevation are helpful too. You can see how significantly shorter this building is. Thank you. Compared to what the original was. So hopefully that is a welcomed change. And then just the second to last image just shows a perspective of the structure. If you're on the driveway looking at the structure. There you go. The PV, it's a first perspective. Again, this structure does not sit on Lowell Place. And that was kind of a point that was brought up at HSAB, that this lot does not actually sit on Lowell Place. It sits, one lot removed. Having said that, I think we've worked really hard to, follow a lot of the trim details, window styles, et cetera, of the street. This last is basically from behind the house, so that view probably wouldn't be likely to be seen from any public way. Primarily the PV one would be the one we would look at. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I think Rebecca wants to make a few comments, and then Mark's available if there's any questions for him. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. Thanks, Matt. Rebecca, do you want to speak first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Rebecca McWilliams. I am both an architect and an attorney in Massachusetts. I just want to make some comments about revisions that have been made to this project thus far. As Matt already mentioned, the design has been completely revamped to remove the telescoping concerns. Also, in terms of total width, the total width of this proposal is 54 feet. And that matches number 12 Lowell Place. And also, just for context in terms of neighbors, number 4 Lowell Place is actually 60 feet wide. So this proposal is 6 feet less than number 4 Lowell Place. In addition, as you know, R1 zoning allows 30% of ground cover. On this project, the concession has been made that that's not going to happen. Right now, the proposal is only 20%, which is a modest 2,143 square feet, which my clients feel is appropriate for the size and scale of the neighboring properties. In addition, the building height has been reduced to 26 feet, which is also in keeping in the scale of the neighborhood. For context, number 10 Lowell is 24.6 feet high and has also maxed out their lot coverage to the 30% allowable. Number 3 Lowell Place is 26.4 feet high, a little higher than this one. And number 4 Lowell Place is 25.9 feet high and has maxed the ground coverage with a variance to go beyond the allowable 30%. Number 4 Lowell Place is actually at 38.1%. So that's the context that we're looking at. In addition, number 6 Lowell is currently in front of this board right now, and the proposal for number 6 Lowell is to go to 26 feet high, which would match the proposed height on this project. So clearly the proposed design is within the scale of the neighborhood building heights and lot coverages. The landscaping, while not all that relevant, currently includes a 10-foot privet hedge in the back and 80-foot existing trees. Owners are seeking privacy in the rear lot. They want to include additional screening from Lowell Place. This is the first 4181 on the street. It's been subdivided, which simply means that number 12 is also capable of doing an A&R. And if number 12 is concerned, they could choose not to further develop their lot. From a legal perspective, newly created lots have happened all over the island. As you know, this already exists, so the neighbors cannot prevent the development on the lot. The front cottage is a separate application. It has no bearing on this project. And finally, as you all know, this application was first submitted in September for the October 2020 meeting. We're just past the Ides of March. This is the 7th time that this project has been before this board, and the Norrises are asking for a motion to approve if necessary with staff edits. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Mark, you're on board, right? You may be muted. I think you're there.
Hi, yes, hi, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Hi. Hey, Mark, I do know that you submitted a letter, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you plan to review with us, or should that be read separately?
I believe that Rebecca has stated a lot of the things that we wrote in the letter, so I think a lot of the points were in there. We just wanted to, say some of the points, and she brought them up. So I think she's done a good job with that. Thank you.
But do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I would motion to approve.
Unfortunately, I don't think you're sitting on this one, Mark.
What's that?
In fact, you're not sitting on this one. In fact, I don't think you're a member of our board.
Oh,
last time I checked, anyway. So now, one thing we need to circle back around is, Holly, I'm sure there are HSAB comments on this.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I also just wanted to notate that we did receive some comments from the neighbors. I believe you all have received copies when they were received. February 15th was received by Ms. Arbetter and from Ms. Victoria Rakov on March 7th or 8th. Those are in the packet. I don't know if you want me to read them into the record or not. I do have HSAB comments. I will say that I did review these myself as staff. These revisions dated February 18th. As Matt is, I think, alluded, and you all can have noticed, there was a reduction in the footprint and it was pushed back. That's excellent. The removal of the proposed garage, reduced in length, and a better facade towards Lowell. As far as HSAB comments, they did review it this March 8th. I apologize, I was not at HSAB's meeting, but they do have comments to provide. On the east elevation, the height and the mass are still taller than needed. Lower the plate height of the main mass. This will reduce the height and put the flush dormers on the north in conformance with the guideline that requires the eave-line to intersect at the meeting rail of the dormer windows. And then on the north, additive massing guidelines require that the middle section should drop significantly and be more subordinate to the main mass. Neither of these suggestions will negatively impact the proposed room layout. And the shed dormer pitches of 7 and 12 are too steep, causing them to overwhelm the main roof plane more than necessary. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Now, is there anybody in the queue here that would like to speak on this application before I turn it over to board members? If so, you have to remember to unmute and announce yourself.
Yes, I would, please. I'm Jeffrey Marsh, Mr. Chairman, from
Okay.
10 Lowell Place.
Thank you.
I agree with the Norrises and the architect. I'd like to get this resolved also. Consistent with my previous comments, 14 Lowell does not appear to be consistent with the HDC Act's Section 9 regarding appropriateness of size and shape. And just because it's lower than some of the other buildings, it is still much more massive. And it doesn't seem consistent with building with Nantucket in mind regarding goals for construction in the Old Town, regarding compatibility of adjacent buildings and the overall harmony of the street. And lastly, well, two last points. One is still in the old historic district, whether it's 14A or 14B, it's still on our street. And lastly, it's not consistent with the HDC's disapproval of our original plans for 10 Lowell in 1992 for not keeping with the look and feel of the street. This is just totally inconsistent with the way that I was regulated in 1992. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Victoria Rakoff.
Hi.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did send a letter, and as I said in that letter, I do really appreciate some of the changes that were made, and many of them that were mentioned by the Norris's attorney. But I do still feel, in fact, the footprint of the house actually increased a bit with this change, be that what it may. And it is still significantly bigger. I agree with Mr. Marsh that this house is just significantly bigger in mass. It may not be taller, but it has the feel of being larger, and it is taller than the homes that are directly in view of this house. The taller ones that they mentioned are at the other end of the street. I would also say that it is difficult for me to accept that this is not on Lowell Place. This is 14 Lowell Place. And I do believe you will be able to see it from the street. And I don't believe that it's typical to consider a back lot not on the street that it's on. And just in terms of square footage, and I recognize that they have 30% ground cover option, but you know, there were some statements made about how all the other homes have maxed out their lots, and that is actually not true on Lowell Place. My home has not maxed out the lot. There are 8 Lowell has not maxed out the lot. The feel of the street is not all tight houses boxed in together. And finally, I know that for number 6 Lowell Place, both HSAB and neighbors have requested that it be shorter than the 26 feet it's proposed at. So, and my final point is just that there are now plans coming in for the front cottage, whatever the height of the back cottage, the back home is, we're likely to see the same height on the front cottage, which is definitely smack on Lowell Place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rakoff. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yep. I'll be very brief because we've been here before, but Xander Farkas, representing both 9 Barnabas and 20 Woodbury. Just want to echo what Ms. Rakoff and Mr. Marsh said about size and scale. Our particular concern is the main ridge height, really. And, you know, we heard from HSAB, it didn't make it into the comments, I guess. Their suggestion was actually to turn that main ridge perpendicular. I don't know if that works or not, but they suggested it might actually reduce the impression of height. I don't know if that helps, but we just feel the whole thing is really quite tall. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Anyone
Chair.
else?
Mr. Chair, may I speak
Sure.
now? Thank you.
Who is this? Announcer?
Mark Norris.
Oh,
May I
Mark.
just respond to the neighbors? I didn't have anything to say, but I actually have something to say now.
Okay, as long as it's in good spirit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to say that Mr. Xander is not directly a budding neighbor. He's behind us on Barnabas, and he actually owns the Barnabas Lane, which I believe has a approved house that's not been built yet, but there will be a house on that lot Also, the HSAB comment are the ones that said that 14 Lowell Place, this building is behind, is not directly abutting. So that was one of Mickey Rowland's comments that we had on there. And we've made significant changes on here. We've been through here, and even though the neighbors have spoken at every single meeting and written letters on every single meeting, we've respected the process not to come on here and say, because we're let it go. But that's why I'm speaking today. I don't love speaking on these, but I think it's necessary to point out that every single meeting they got on and have their opinions about what is said. And I think what's really important is the board's opinions and what's said. So they try to influence, of course, their neighbors, but they don't have to drive by Lowell Place to get, they stop at where their house is. This house is at the end of a dead end street in the way back. So we will have to drive by their houses, and they have it. They have 26 feet on there. They have 25.9. We have to drive by their house to get to our house, which we plan to live here. We live here year round, and we'd really like to be able to have what we've asked for. And we've made significant changes. So I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. All right, I think it's the board's turn to speak now. So as we all know, it's a three-person board at this point. Val, Stephen, which victim first?
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out Diane is here, I believe.
Well, she is, but she came in midway through the.
Oh, okay. Just as long as you knew, I didn't want that to go unsaid.
I was aware. Thank you.
Okay.
Val, did you want to begin?
Sure.
Okay.
I do appreciate that you guys have worked with us and modified this building quite significantly. I think all those changes have been positive. It is my opinion, it still needs to be downsized a little. It's in terms of square footage, the new iteration is 150 square feet larger in footprint than the previous. And I think it's, yes, we can check the box with the height and we can check the box with the length, but overall, it's 400 to 500 square feet bigger than all the houses in the neighborhood. And I think that's what's hard to sort of encompass in a mass to fit in the neighborhood. I think you've done a great job moving that way. But I still think that there are changes that could be made. I do agree with HSAB about the dormer pitches, and I've consistently spoken about the oversized doors, give it a more contemporary feeling than the buildings around it, and the dormers with the transoms in the rear. I couldn't find any really like that, but I think the scale of this is more akin to, 153 Main Street and one of the Barnabas houses, not necessarily here in this particular site, but I think it's moving in a better direction.
Okay, Val, thank you. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to start by addressing a couple of points that were made during the meeting, and this isn't directed at this particular application, but it is relevant to this application and others. The length of a time in front of this commission has absolutely nothing to do with whether a building is approvable or not. We've had applications recently that were in front of us for, I think, 3 years that we finally, I did not sit on it, but was denied. We've had applications come in that are sensitively designed in the historic district, and those were approved in a single meeting. So I just want to be clear, and again, it's not in particular only this application, but it is relevant to our proceedings and how others view our proceedings. So I think it was worthwhile to say. With respect to this application, I think that if this house, due to its mass, were on the front lot, which is directly abutting Lowell Place, that with the mass of the garage and the foyer connector, that it would not be approvable. I think as just the house itself, it would be approvable. However, this is on the rear lot. It has moved back from the original application some 15 feet more than was proposed, which I think is beneficial. The other element that I think is beneficial is that the height has been substantially reduced and the trim package is much more conventional. Through you, Mr. Chair, Matt, could you tell me what the total height reduction has been on the primary front mass?
It's over 3 feet. I think it's 3'6" in total.
And it's what, around 26.8 now or something like that?
Sorry, it's actually closer to 26. It's very close to 25. I'll give you the exact dimension here.
I thought it said 20. At one point, I think it was 26.9, and then it went to 26.
26 exactly, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think the addition of the covered porch on the front of the home helps, certainly with respect to creating a sense of additive massing. I'm not going to design at the table. I think the idea of adding the garage space into the house is not helping your case with respect to the sense of mass. However, I am tempering that against the fact that homes have garages, and this garage was closer to the street and certainly one of the more visible elements on just the ground level. And so I'll speak on that area of the structure relative to the garage that was originally proposed. It is substantially smaller. And although in combination with the house, adding what was the garage even reduced to what is the house, the current house is a larger footprint than what was originally proposed. However, it does include garage space. I don't know if you're following me on that, but I guess I'm saying that net house plus garage is now house plus in a smaller addition towards the south, and the overall square footage is less than was originally proposed. And I believe I said that the garage is actually smaller in massing, and I want to add that that area falls into the conventional, more traditional, as opposed to a contemporary trim package. It's more traditional. So having said those things, I would prefer that the overall massing come down in size. I would prefer that the setbacks, I understand they're obviously being observed. Do I love it? No, but my role here isn't to love or hate. My role is to look at what's been approved in the area, what is approvable in the area. And I think that this is by and large appropriate. I would ask that it be shifted off the north slightly. My understanding is that the steps into basement can encroach into, or can be a little bit closer to the setback. They can't encroach in it. I think the final comment is that looking at the cover page, the originally proposed, I've got the 11 2 of 20 application in front of me on my screens, and I have the most current. And looking at the elevations, the most visible, which is the east, has dramatically changed. And I think that should be added to the record because that is relevant to my decision-making process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. Matt, I think you've gone a long way since the initial proposal. I just have a few things to say. One, I agree with HSAB's comment on the steep dormers. They're not working for you at a 7. I would like to see that roof pitch come down. I think it's unfortunate, this thing is getting tied up in the whole 4181L controversy, which is not part of the HDC's purview, alas. And it's allowed for a lot more development of the island than I think anyone had hoped for, but it is what it is. So I think given what you have here, the fact that it is on the back of the lot and at a remove from Lowell Place, I think this is, I find very little to find fault with in this, honestly. So I think, Matt, at this point, your goal should be to accommodate Stephen and or Val, and I'm generally okay with it. Those are my comments.
Mr. Chair, on that point, is it
Yeah.
possible to just get some clarification? Because I literally would love, I can definitely change the roof pitch of the dormers, but if there's anything beyond that, that either Stephen or Val are requesting, I just, again, in the interest of just getting this done, I would love to get some clarity if I could.
Are you looking for a specific sort of through staff kind of thing, or?
If that's possible, I would definitely, that would be great. Yes, any really more specific details is it, Stephen, I appreciate everyone's perspective on this and their time on this, but what I'm trying to do is just get specific detailed things that I can do that will allow this to be approved. So I think that your comment about changing the pitch on the dormers, that's clear. I can change that. Is there anything else that Stephen or Val specifically would request that we do, just so I can do it? And I'm sure we could all move on.
Hey, Val, Stephen, why don't you both answer that question succinctly if you can?
Well, the doors are very large. I've said that every single meeting, and the removing of the transom dormers over the end piece. Maybe if it's framed up, you can come back and apply for those, but they're very contemporary. And overall, for me, it's an overall size thing. I think it's not as simple as just taking a dormer off and changing the door. It's a scale back. This is the size of some of the houses over there. So it's not as simple as that for me.
Okay. Size meaning sort of
overall volume.
Volume, okay.
It's about 400 or 500 square feet, give or take, larger than the houses in the area.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't want to design at the table, but I will give some specific comments. Matt, I agreed with probably you know me well enough to know that if I don't agree with other comments, I'll make mention of them. So I agreed previously with Val's comments about the door heights, at least the viewable door heights, and the chairman and HSAB's comments about the dormers, making those more traditional. I do think that one of the actual design elements that could make this more successful with us as a sense of massing from Lowell Place would be if your connector between what was the garage area and the main house, that your roof pitch dropped down to a 412 there. Even if it's a volume space on the inside, it doesn't look like it is from your floor plan, your programming. That will give your overall mass, maybe not a 412, maybe a 5 or something,
Okay.
maybe a 7, but
Yeah.
it will decrease that sense of mass. And I think rather dramatically for very short, a small amount of change. And then, if you can center this thing off or pull it a foot towards the south, I think getting, it's only a foot, but it's a symbolic gesture, and it gets the AC, not that it's our purview, but it gets the AC a foot further away from the neighbor on the north.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Matt, hopefully that was enough.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're really close. And thank you for all the revisions. No, it's been a long slog. Okay. So can I have a motion from one of you kind people?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Val. I'm sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Oh,
Matt, I think we just, I think if you want a 3-person vote, you would make these minor revisions as opposed to having them be through staff.
I think that they have to be in the form of a revision.
Yeah, I mean, make the revisions and bring them back versus having it be through staff.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think just to be safe.
But I think they're pretty specific, and I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so a motion to hold for revisions.
There you go. Thanks, Stephen. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Diane has joined our ranks, everyone, which means that we can now return. Diane, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. My
Hey, don't be
phone-
sorry. It's technology. It's crap. Listen, we're going to go back to item number 1 because you're
Right.
you're chairing that. That's 86 Quidnet Road, okay?
Yeah, yes, I know that. I
All
just
right.
want to say I am Will Mullen in on 14 Lowell Place.
Okay. Your call. All right, but so now you're chairing item number 1, okay, Diane? So
Yep.
I'm gonna mute for a second.
Okay, we got Linda doing it.
Hi, can we identify what the board is? Just for our sake.
You have to work with me. I do not have my agenda because it's locked in on this stupid program.
All right, hang on, I may have it actually.
Madam Chair.
It is John, I didn't think John was on it, but it's John, Diane, Abby, Steve, and Carrie.
Okay, we got all those people.
It would appear.
All
so.
right. Okay, so have you got anything you would like to tell us?
Yes, there was
You
some
have-
concern, and we sort of shared the same concern. There was a concern about if you go to the front facade. 3 members came out to see it actually in person. There was some concern about the front facade. Somewhere in there. There we go, on the left side, having that tall gable on the left. And what we did is pulled it back. I believe Steve can illuminate that, but I believe it was pulled back 16 feet.
Yes, that's
The
correct.
1-story L that was a much later addition to the rest of it was called out on the left. And that piece you see behind it is much farther back. Now there is a 2-story piece or story and a half piece on the existing structure in that section, but further back. So we pulled it back. So you still have that 1-story element to the left of the front door there. We moved the front door, put the front door in the middle, simplified it. And then what I would like to do, of the people that have been in the house, the 2 windows that appear to be original to the structure, there are only 2. They are actually in the living room where the sliding glass door goes out to that enclosed rear porch. And we'd like to take those 2 windows, which are an odd window, I believe, Steve, I think they're 12/2s or something unusual,
Yes.
and put them flanking the front door. So the 2 original windows go back where you can see them from the public venue on each side of that front door. And otherwise, I think we were just sort of waiting for views and for us to fix that left side at this point.
We are.
put the profile back on the south.
Yeah, we removed the porch on the front as requested. And changed the side lights, got rid of the side lights and changed that door. And we're willing to put those windows in place where those 2 4x4s will go. And if you scroll down on the next page there, you can see on the proposed north elevation, it looks a lot like it did in the front on the existing north elevation right there. And that we did push that 2nd floor back 16 feet to break down the mass so it's more has a more familiar feel to what was there existing, and cleaned up a little bit of the funkiness that was there, but kept what we consider to be on that proposed north very similar items to what is there currently.
And you've kept the chimney, right?
Yeah, it would look weird without a chimney.
Beg pardon?
It would look very odd if we didn't have a chimney in this structure.
Yeah, right. Well, some of the old existing shows like 2 chimneys, but
one was a gas chimney. It was a much later addition.
oh, okay. So the existing south and the proposed south elevation, you followed it pretty well. As far as what has been
weirdness.
there.
And we sort of put the windows in up there to make sure that that sun porch, which back in the day in some of the older pictures, if anybody remembers them, was an open porch up there. And then at some point they stuck windows in it. And so what we did is we put as many windows back in that section as we could get in there to make it still look like it was that weird sloping enclosed porch thing.
That's sleeping porch. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, if
Different
that's
from
what
anything else in the building because it's actually painted yellow, the inside of it.
well, sunshine, don't you know?
Yeah.
All right. So I will start with Val.
Val's not on this one, Madam Chair.
Val's not on it. She had to recuse.
Then
I'm
Abby.
right here.
Yeah, this is a complex situation. And I don't really know where to start. I was on the north elevation for a bit. If we could go there, I had one idea that might make it clean it up a little bit. So on that north elevation, you see how there's a hip roof on the first floor? And then on the proposed, you've got a hip roof on the first floor and you've got a sort of a deck going, yeah. So I was wondering, could that come around the front or the back of the house and sort of go around to the whole right, going over that back door, just to give it some symmetry and a little bit of balance.
The only reason I have to look at that is because the house is so cobbled together and so quirky.
Yeah.
We didn't want to sort of make it look like it was not still weird.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. No, I don't think you're gonna lose that. Anyway, that was just a quick suggestion I had for just a tiny bit of balance. Could we go to the front of the house, which I guess is our major interest in that it's right there on the street. It's at the end of the road, the most prominent elevation. And what I miss are the two windows on the second floor on the far left. I think that was in the previously submitted, kind of liked that two windows being over the other two windows. I think that gave it some balance. Thank you. Yeah, right there.
Madam Chairman, if I can comment to that, it was said by a majority that they didn't like that left-hand gable because right now, as you see, we have a one-story piece there. So we wanted to bring that back. Is that one-story piece to the left?
Yeah, I know that. Let us get through that and then we'll be able to answer back. We did cancel that. I thought it was good. I personally think the two over the two were too much and it was too much like a rocket. But let me finish with Abby.
So I'm trying to imagine the two windows you're saving. I think the front door, although simplistic, and I guess that's what we're going for, is I think it needs a little sort of pumping up, something to give it some character. And I think maybe two windows on the first floor on the far right might be nice to balance that far left. I don't think I think you've got enough character on this building to give it a little bit more balance, and I think it would read a little more easily. But I'm very interested to hear what Carrie has to say because this is her neighborhood, this is her neck of the woods, and I think she's got she's going to have some, I'd like to hear what she has to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you. Carrie, you next?
Sure. I really think the main central mass of this building is the whole history of it. It's the character that sets it up completely, and I think it should remain as is. One thing that hasn't been said is that this building is being moved towards the street and therefore up like three feet, I think.
No,
Maybe.
we were told that the floor elevation was going to remain the same.
It is. It's not, we're cutting the grade, it's remaining the same.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to see what the hardscaping plan looks like. But the double gable on the front and the triple gable on the back is just way too much in my mind. It's the linear quality of the existing building is part of its nature, and to take that away, it doesn't resemble itself. And I think you're doing a good job in keeping some of the elements, but I think that's one of them. And I think that left-hand gable should go away. Maybe you can drop the plate and have a dormer there. I don't think that would be adding a new element. I think with this house is fine, but I think keeping the roof low and that double and then triple on the beach side is important for this one. Can we go to the back? Can we go to the north here? That's where I think you could have a gable on that end to get rid of one of the gables on the long sides. That second story mass could be a gable itself. Abby's comment, I think, is also good to just try to simplify some of it and let the chaos of the existing old mass speak for itself. I don't understand the hip roof on the second floor at all. If you go to the east elevation, that little, yeah, there with all the windows. On the second floor, left gable, what is that little hip? I think that's,
The porch roof.
yeah, I think a second floor porch roof is not a good idea. There are some second floor decks out in Quidnet, but none with porch roofs. And then all the fenestration, I understand it's chaotic as it is, but let it be chaotic in the original mass and less chaotic in the new mass. And the three gables on the east is just too much. Sorry.
Sorry. All right, thank you. Johnny.
Hi, thank you. I was looking at the word very seldom used, the streetscape. This structure on the, what is it, west elevation is facing the Quidnet Road at the end of the Quidnet Road there. And I was thinking that what's in this house proposed, I'll say, is not against the rules and regulations. But there are some changes that were just brought up about the gables. Yes, there are two gables in the shed on the previous submission. And it's still there on the proposed west elevation, the bottom one. All right, my question on the west elevation, that front door with the full light in it, that should be, I think that should be changed, although we had a previous submission, but I don't know, I don't recall if it was protected on the top west elevation there. What is that door comprised of? The front door.
What? I don't, Steve, you got to answer that one.
On the existing west front door was a faux French glass door. So the board asked at the last meeting for us to take away the side lights to that door on the previous submission, which we did to simplify that to the full light door that you see in the proposed west elevation.
That full light door, I think it is inappropriate. I think it should be changed to a typical front door that's there, because you have two other doors in the rest of the structure, I believe. So I think that ought to be changed to a typical, what do you want to call it, Main Street structure, window, door there. That's what ought to be there. The what is the height of this structure to the peak? written there, but I can't see it all. Okay, 20, 20,
25.
23 feet. Well, that's in conformity with other structures close by. So I don't see any problem with the height of the building.
Jesus.
And as you go to the proposed west elevation, on the left side, right there, on the left side, you got that little gate, little roof sticking out on the left side. What is just under it?
It's not a roof,
Right
John.
there.
That's a solid wall underneath it. We'd have to go to the north elevation, maybe, Holly, Kathy. It's not a porch. It's a regular room. You can see what it looks like now on the up in the middle right.
I see it, yeah, north elevation, right, yeah. Yeah, I see what it is. Okay. Well, this is close enough for what's here and what has been there and what it might possibly be there is close to being approved as far as I'm concerned. A lot of you see in the structure is throughout in the neighborhood, double hung windows, etc. So I'm happy with it the way it is now. Thank you.
Madam
Except
Chair,
for the front door.
Yes,
could
I
I
got,
come back to me when you get a chance?
okay, I would might as well do it, then I'll do Steve.
Okay, thank you. Really quick on that west elevation, Carrie was talking about the two gables being sort of prominent. If that far left gable became a shed, it would mimic the right-hand side and make that elevation a lot quieter. Just a suggestion. So there it is.
What was that again, Abby? I missed that. I didn't get it.
Well, Carrie was saying that the two gables on the front elevation, the west elevation, are too much and taking away. If that far left gable was a shed, it would mimic the sleeping porch on the far right and quiet the whole architecture down.
Okay.
Yep.
Just
Thank
a
you,
thought.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Abby, we can do that, Abby, if we can do that. We can change the gable
Steve.
direction on that.
And lower it.
Let me get Stephen Welch up first now.
Thanks, Diane.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So yeah, first of all, I think let's focus on the west because that's the primary concern that I believe, and that is due to its orientation to the road. The fact that gable on the left is moved back 16 feet to me, I think is clearly doesn't present well the depth. The effect of the depth does not present well in two-dimensional plans. However, if it were changed to a shed, there's, it removes any ambiguity of having that be too large of a mass, too close to the primary gable. The door, I think, well, let me back up 1 second here. I appreciate the fact that much of the structure, at least the silhouette, the roof lines are either being retained or reflected or echoed in the original structure. So that's important element. On the I think the only other comment I would make is I agree that you have more latitude in the new additions with respect to more contemporary fenestration in terms of the patterning, whereas in the older structure, keeping it funky as you have is charming, and I think that should be upheld. And the only other thing I would say is on the south elevation, looking at the recently proposed that has the red, just the one that's in the middle of the sheet on the left. For you, Madam Chair, I guess to Steve. Steve, that gable that joins up to the covered porch, that really is more than less so that the covered porch has a roof to die into?
Yes, the covered porch can go away.
Well, no, but I'm just questioning with respect to the purpose of that gable. It serves no purpose to the interior program. It's just so that the covered porch dies into the gable.
Well, if you go back to the other,
Upper right.
Yeah, if you look at the east, right.
If we look at the east, if I change the right-hand gable, not the left-hand, the right-hand gable, going in the opposite direction as requested, that would create that as a shed mass. And that would read as a shed on the east elevation and the west elevation. And I think that's what you're looking for. I've got no problem taking away the second floor porch covered roof. I just think as far as massing goes, it's hard to extend and keep the roof line with that low pitch on the front and bring it around to the south, to the east elevation. That's all.
Okay, I'm not actually following you on that, but I trust what you're saying. I'm more looking at the proposed south elevation and then the east elevation. You've got the gable on the second floor attached to the covered porch in the south and in the east. And if the covered porch comes off, I was simply going to suggest that could be that gable that faces east could actually just come off, because if you're taking the covered porch off, that doesn't serve a purpose. And then it would just be that salt box. And then if in the future you came in for a covered porch, just suggesting for the purpose of discussion, and you left your porch post where it is, that porch roof could just be mimic the roof, the shallow roof on the front of the house. So there's still a solution in the future if Quidnet goes to covered porches on the second floor, but it would eliminate one of the gables, and people seem to be concerned about 3 gables on the rear. I acknowledge that if you change the other gable to address the concern about the gable on the west elevation, that the one on the east elevation on the right goes away too. So that also addresses having 3 gables. So it's just another line of thought on that. Those are my only comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You. I would make a couple of questions. I would wonder if we did that on the west elevation and made that dormer into a shed, would it change the what the north looks like, or would it be okay?
If the north becomes a gable here, it'll be fine. It'll just be a shed on the west elevation.
Right,
And
but
on
it
the
wouldn't
east
be too much.
elevation.
Wouldn't be too much for the north, and I was just wondering what it would do to that. And also on the front door, I don't necessarily see it as what's there, but I would like to see what you have proposed to be just a little bit more trim around it, so it makes it like a front door, because it's been so many years not having a really front door that
Sure.
I don't know.
True.
Sure.
I have a question.
And I don't mind the west elevation, that left dormer there with the single up above, 2 below. On Abby brought up a single window on the right hand side underneath the 5 windows. What's in that room? Is putting 2 windows in there a problem, or is the single window?
We sort of mimicked what the existing, if you look up to the right, we're mimicking the profile of that one.
Yeah,
with the one
okay,
window.
that's all.
So we didn't really want to go too far afield where we could keep elements from the original. We wanted to do that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I just want to know so we have the answer. I happen to like the way the existing house looks with its many different roofs and stuff. So I appreciate that. I appreciate what you've done. So if there are no other questions or other, could I have a motion as to how you want to handle this? Do you want us to back slight revisions?
John,
But I have the hand. Yes, John.
Yes, I have a comment before we take a motion, if we could. My comment is that if the designer or owner go back and wait and get the minutes from this tonight's meeting, and they write down and change whatever we requested on this for changes out of the people sitting, and come back with those changes, that should be enough to get it through the commission as it changes. And that's what you do. Get the minutes, get the minutes and come back next week if they can, when they can, with the changes. And if that meets the commission's comments, they should approve it. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, well, I trust Steve. He will do that. Linda, do you have something you would like to say further?
No, I appreciate it. It's sort of a labor of love trying to keep some of the really quirkiness of this building. Anybody who can remember what I put in for the history of the building, this was simply a barn with a straight gable with another little gable coming off the side back in 1915, I think was that picture. It didn't exist before 1900, and it's over time clearly had everything but one strip of gable removed from the structure and altered, and things stuck on it, and second floors put on it. And that porch on the right where you see all the windows was an open porch at one point, completely open. And so was the one in the back of one of the other pictures from the 20s or 30s. So it's morphed over time. And we're trying to keep some of the peculiarities of this structure so it doesn't get crazed. And we are limited by the footprint, so we can't do a whole lot about expanding the footprint because of the size of the lot and the ground cover.
I think Steve has done what has been requested. I would just like a motion so we can get on to the next thing.
Could I ask one favor, Diane?
Sure.
Just as a butter who to the side who was concerned. The only thing that I just want memorialized on the site plan is the finished floor elevation as remaining as existing, which is 30.8, and updated the site plan just to make sure it shows the correct massing.
Yes, Lisa, it is noted on the elevations as well that the finished floor is 30.8. And I couldn't get Mr. Bracken to change the plan in time for the HDC meeting, but he will do that for you.
Yeah, maybe for the next meeting, that would be great.
Sure.
That would put,
Yep.
And we have verified that with Don Bracken.
Yep.
You
No
what?
problem.
We have
Linda?
verified that with Don Bracken already.
Okay.
Motion to hold for minor revisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Abby,
Aye.
can I get a vote? Aye.
Motion to approve. I mean, motion to hold for revision.
We know.
Steve already did that.
Yeah,
Aye.
We have a motion.
It's an aye, Abby.
Steve,
I'm going back to the aye.
Thank you. I'm an aye too, Madam Chair.
thank you. Johnny,
I hold for revision.
John, can you give? Thank you
He
very
said aye,
much.
Diane.
But he said, I hold it for revisions. I heard that. I'm pretty good at that. And
I'm an
I
aye.
also, so the motion passes. And thank you very much.
Thank
And
you,
Steve,
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving right along, we are now at number 4, Gray Lady Capital, 33 Pilgrim Road, Cabana Edition. Your eye, hopefully you're on board. Board is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Stephen. Okay, your eye, you're there?
Yes, hi, I'm here. Thank you.
All right, let's see what we got.
So after last meeting, again, it was too big, so we made this change where I reduced the roof facing the Paul Jones Road and made it as a regular shed, small shed roof to reduce the height and the whole overall size of the structure, and made the garage door smaller from Paul Jones Road from the north elevation. All other, we didn't do other changes, of course, because we would pretty much come back to what we started with. So
Yeah, so basically you change the smaller gable to a shed roof that
yeah,
addresses Jones.
yeah, and made the garage door smaller because
Oh, you
otherwise
made the garage doors
over.
small?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, I can see,
over.
yes. If you compare, folks, to the existing north elevation on the far left, you'll see that that door is probably at least a foot taller than the current door. Okay, thanks. Are we ready for the board on this one?
I
think so.
am.
Yeah, okay. Go, Stephen.
Looks good. Thank you very much. I appreciate the changes. The most prominent matter was that gable and the taller garage doors, and you've addressed it. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, how about you? You must be muted.
Oh, sorry. I said I'm good with it.
Oh, you did? Okay. That time I heard it. How about you, Diane?
I'm okay with it.
All right, Val?
Aye.
All right, so why don't we get a motion?
Motion approved as submitted.
Yes, Stevens beat you to it, Diane. But Diane, on Stevens' motion.
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Ray? Aye. Okay, that one goes. All right.
Thank you.
Great. Now the next one is Chip Webster, and Diane, you are chairing this once again, and you have your whole board there for you. 60 Westchester. I'm going to mute again. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay?
All right, Chip.
Good evening. So this is an application which you viewed once. It's for a guest house at 60 Westchester. Let's start by looking at the site plan so I can kind of remind you a little bit about the context. So this is a proposed guest house that sits right behind an existing main house. The only visibility of this is going to be a tangential side visibility down the east side of the property. There we go here. So if we can zoom in on this a little bit, you'll see that from Westchester, you'll have a little bit of a view of that eastern side and that sort of the beginning of that north corner. That being said, there were some requested revisions at the last meeting. So if we can look at the elevations, I will walk you through those. So the primary requests of the board were to make the windows and doors more similar to the main house. To do that, we've removed the muttons, the existing house, as you can see from the photograph and in the drawing here, that's the main house in the background. There are no muttons in the doors or windows, so we remove those. That was one request. The second was, which you can see here, but you see it better on the north elevation. So why don't we go to the north elevation? If you look in the upper left, you'll see the previous submission. The request was to bring down the knee wall to meet with the meeting rail of those second floor windows. Also to bring down the eave on that dormer such that it rests on top of the window casings. So we brought down the knee wall and brought down the roof, and that accomplished both of those goals. Additionally, it also lowered the overall height of the structure by another 6 inches. It's already pretty low, but that lowered it even more. I believe those were the changes. Let me just double check. So bringing down the knee wall and roof to close that gap above the windows to align the meeting rail, lowering the height, and then, more closely matching the windows and doors on the main house. So there we have it. I turn it over for your thoughts and comments.
I'm ready.
Thank you. All right, Johnny, you go ahead.
Okay, fine. I believe this house used to belong to Johnny Oliver. I'm not sure. I'm thinking it is, knowing its location. But I have to say, I believe that the where the house is going to be and the main house in front
I think so.
is fine to do that, have the guest house in the back. One side, could we look at the north elevation, please? Is it here? Okay, that's now north is to the rear of the house.
I'm trying
The
to
main
remember.
house.
Keep the
Right.
dog.
Okay. Okay. Could I look at the east elevation, please?
Do you want to eat now or you need something from Keepers?
East elevation. Okay. Okay. It says an outdoor shower. All right. I
Susie
think
who
it's fine.
gone away.
I think it looks fine for this location. It's not that very visible, I don't think. Thank you.
Say something.
What did you say, Johnny? Good.
Yeah, I said thank you. Yes.
Oh, all right. I wasn't sure that you were.
You want a motion part? I'll give you one.
No, we do go to Abby.
Sorry, there's some dogs in the background. I'll be really quick. I find the fenestration really chaotic, especially this elevation right here, whatever that is. South. Maybe that's not visible, but I still find it like there's not one. I would like more uniformity in the fenestration. I actually think the paneless windows actually go better with this house. I was surprised to see that, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Val? Is she on this?
I'm here.
No, I know.
Oh, sorry, I was talking and I was muted. I appreciate some of the changes. I think that the doors are much too big. They're 8 feet tall on a structure that's supposed to be a secondary structure to a main structure. I think those should be cut down. And the side that Abby was just talking about, the south, I agree with her. I think that that large 4-light window over the doors should either be smaller or something else. It's just so large and it doesn't correlate to anything else on that elevation. But I think overall it's okay. I'd just like to see the doors downsized by at least a foot.
Okay. Steve, are you on this?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I agree with the comments that are made to the extent that anything is visible. I think primarily the only thing that would be visible, but I'm not certain, so I'll have to ask Chip, is the C window on the south elevation, which is the window Commissioner Oliver was just commenting upon, having it be smaller or changed. And I do agree that changing these over to 1/1s, certainly with the existing at the house, looks a little more harmonious. However, if this is the first step in a series of steps, which would result in the windows on the main house changing, I certainly have no issue with these being 4/4 or 6/6, if that's what the main house is going to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Chip, can I ask you a question on that south elevation? The 2/2, the 4 square over the sliding doors, then that window underneath the little thing on the second floor, they don't look like the same thing. What kind of windows are those?
So the upper window is a fixed 4-light. The lower window is a mold double hung unit, but you are correct that they were intended to be the same overall size. But one thing I'd also like to point out, if we can maybe go back to the locus. So I really want to point out the visibility on this. If we look at the only visibility, if you go to the locus, zoom on that, you can see behind this lot is all wetlands and everything. So there's no visibility of the rear or the north side because it's up against the house. So the real visibility is a sort of a sideways view of that eastern side. Yeah, right there. And that one corner of that north side before the main house blocks the rest of it. It's also, the site slopes down. And if it's also illustrated in our elevations, we are low, this entire guest house sits lower than the main house in addition to being substantially shorter. So I just wanted to add those comments.
No, that's good. I just wondered whether that south, didn't seem that the south would be seen, but I just wanted to check what that window was. That was same size but different construction. Okay. Let me
I have one
a-
other question, Madam Chair, for Chip.
You are doing what? I'm sorry.
I have a question for Chip.
Yes, yes, please ask.
Chip, is it, were the sills meant to not run through on the windows? They're sort of couched between the side trim boards. Is that
Oh, wait, I'm
purposeful?
sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry, Val.
If you go to the page where you have all your windows and doors, it shows up best. The sills don't run through as typical. The side boards come down and it's sort of.
Oh, that's, no, we would have the sill go across. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing that out. Yes, that would be a standard sill.
Just checking. Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion on this one way or the other?
I'll make a motion.
Madam
Nope.
Chairperson,
Let me speak. Steve. Yes, John.
yes, all right. I have a question. Could you go to the north elevation, please?
There it is.
That's it right there. Okay. What I'm looking at, I meant to mention it before. This is what they call, you see the deck going to the right and there's no support on the end of the deck.
Cantilevered.
There's a little fence there. That's all there is there. Railing. And can you see there's no support at the end of that?
Right. But it's,
That's what they used to call a toothbrush deck.
Yeah.
It looks like a toothbrush, you know, and there's a couple of them around, but there's no support on the end of it.
right.
How many feet is it only that has a deck over it? It has the,
Shall I answer that or?
whatever the fence that is, Chip?
Yeah. Okay. So that the deck that you're looking at, most of that is just a section through the existing deck that's already there in the main house. So we didn't draw in all of the supports and so forth on that deck that's existing on that that whole right side of it. So the only proposed new deck is that lower section that's all the way on the left that is down at grade.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can I get a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion, Madam Chair. I'd
you.
make a motion to approve subject to 7'6" doors and the C window not being visible.
Okay.
Oh, and no picture, and adjust the picture frame window detail to a typical sill detail.
Right. Okay. With that motion in mind, may I have Abby
Aye.
and John,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
me, I.
Me, I.
You, I, thank you. So that is all set. I
Okay.
will turn it over to Ray again now.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, Chip.
Thank you. You too.
Goodbye.
Okay, now we are on to 36 Washing Pond Road. Do we have Andrew on board?
Yes, you do, Mr. Chair.
Right, so happy to hear that. Okay, so the board on the first two applications are myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Val. And I would suggest for the remaining 36 Washing Pond items not yet opened, that we keep that same board just for the sake of consistency. So first thing we're going to review is the new dwelling.
The main house, correct.
Per the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Order, all travelers 2 years of age and older must wear a face covering.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm in an airport, I'm muting.
You're in an airport? This can be a problem.
No, I have time. I was worried. So this is the guest house, Holly. I don't know if we should start with the main house.
We should.
So if the board recalls from the last meeting, this is more of a sort of rambling structure that we've broken into a series of smaller pavilions spread throughout the site. So it is not an extremely tall, big, bulky, boxy building. I don't know, Holly, if you can go to the page that shows both the site plan and the added images we took. So one of the board's questions last time was, would there be visibility of the structure from the beach? And the next page, Holly, right down here, the snowy pictures we took. And since we've pulled the structure about 50 feet back off the bluff, there's no way that you can see anything that we're constructing if one wants to be walking down the beach. That's the first piece of this. If you go on to the next page, additionally, one of the board's comments was, I think it was you, Abby, that when we had sort of the larger garage piece tucked up in next to the main house and guest house, you were worried that it was more of like a visual barrier from the public way that goes to the beach access. And we've since pulled the garage back closer to the street and the entrance and just tucked a smaller shed in there as well. So if you could go to the next page, please, Holly, and zoom in on the north, the third image down. Then I just want to sort of, just for context, that the home that's being constructed next door at 34 Washing Pond, just to give you a sense of the scale of what we're proposing compared to the home that's being built there now, both in fenestration and in mass. I think you can see it's pretty clear that from the north side, our house it's broken into pieces. There's additive massing, which is something that the board always stresses, and the fenestration is actually far less than what is on the adjacent structure. So we all know we don't look at elevations at a right angle, but I do think it is informative to show the overall scale difference of the two structures from any sort of public way, even though you can't really see it from the beach. So if you want to go on, Holly, please, to the south elevation. This is the entry elevation that will have virtually no visibility, the way that it is set back onto the site from any public way, and even from the beach access, you won't see any of it. We have made a few changes. The chimneys were stone, we've just changed them to brick. The trim was white, we're changing that to Quaker gray. The doors were all 4 light doors. We've now, per the board's request, made them 6 light doors. We lowered the ridge height on both of these masses by a foot just to sort of tuck them down a little bit more into the landscape. And we've simplified the trim on the outside of the building. I understand that the entry mass on the right is a little bit different and unique, but there is absolutely no way that anybody can see that, both the way it's tucked into the grade and additionally just how far set back it is from the road. So if you want to go on, Holly, to the west elevation, this would be the most visible elevation from the public way walking to the beach. I don't think anything on the ground floor will be visible just based on the topographic changes that exist there. But we've done a few things based on the board. We've pulled apart a few of the mold windows, not all of them, because there's obviously a spectacular view here. And Our client wants to maximize the glazing and changed the doors to 6 light instead of 4 light and lowered the overall ridge height and the chimney as well, same as everywhere else. If you go to the next one, the north elevation, this is the one that faces the beach. Again, from the beach, you won't see any of it based on how far back it is, 100 feet off the top of the bluff. Our changes are we've changed all the door divided light conditions and lowered the ridge heights as well. And I think that the simple form of this building is somewhat unopposing and I think quite interesting in this area compared to all of the big homes that exist along Washing Pond and further to the east. Lastly, the east elevation. I don't think any of this elevation has any visibility based on the neighbor's property and the dune bluff that exists out to the north edge of their property and the new guest house structure that they have going up out there. The only part that you could see, I think, is maybe the upper right from the chimney over. Everything to the rear is going to be covered with tall planted buffers along the property line that Elizabeth will go over in the next application when we get done with the structure. So, you know, I don't see it having that much of a visual impact. I understand the tall window is atypical, but again, I due to lack of visibility, I don't think there's anything that can be seen. So that's it, Mr. Chair, for this structure.
Okay.
Oh.
And you did say that you're changing the trim color to
Gray. Yep, Quaker gray.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'll go.
Hang on, Diane, you can go first. You were first.
Okay. I think I appreciate the changes that have been done, making those windows the right size and all that. I don't seem to have any particular problem with any of it. I think it answers the questions that were asked. And the chimney going to brick, it's going to be just regular old brick, right, Andrew?
Regular old brick, Diane, correct.
Okay, so can I see the front elevation just to check? I'm pretty sure. Madhouse. I think I have no problem. I
Okay.
do not see any problem. I appreciate the changes that were made, and at least as far as I remember, and with the notes that Andrew has answered them. Thank you.
All right, Diane, thanks so much. John, did you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold the east, go to the east elevation, please. I think it's the east. Let me look at it. Yeah. The only thing I'd say is on that elevation, east elevation, that on the left side, that 8 light window is inappropriate if it is visible. Now, I wouldn't want to see this held up because of that window and go to another meeting with this. Could we look at the west elevation, please? Okay, and we go to the north, please. I think the 4 sliders plus those windows to the left of it is well over the 50% visibility view of other than materials on the whole elevation there. It's got too much glass in that one section. It should probably use one on the right side, use 2 doors, for the sliding doors should be changed to 2 doors there, maybe and a couple windows or whatever, something else to protect that side. That's my comments. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you very much. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, sure. I was originally concerned about the amount of buildings on this property. I like everything individually. As a whole, I'm a little worried about sort of, you know, it looks like a small development, but on a micro level, I'm wondering about those F windows on the front and I think it's the west. those up, the little dormers up there. I've seen some little dormers and these look a little small. I was wondering what size they were, and I was wondering if they couldn't get a little bigger. Just not sure why they're so tiny. What size are they? What's the dimension?
They are, Abby, they are about 4 feet wide, the dormer overall, and it is about probably 4 feet 3 inches tall on the face. So they're just, you know, I mean, I've seen rhythmic dormers like this quite a bit, but that's about the size. I mean, they could probably get about 10-15% larger, Abby.
Yeah,
They
it's not the rhythm of it. I like that. It's bring, you know, a Maury Lane in Sconset, when you go down Maury Lane on the right, there's this house. It's a large house and has these dinky little dormers, and it's always made me so angry. But that's neither here nor there. There were some, is there a Japanese influence here? I saw some picture windows that looked like they had some sort of 60s windows in them that weren't like, you know, they weren't like 2/2s. They were sort of like, I can't see it now because where the heck was that? But it's not, I just thought it was interesting. I'm okay with it. I want to hear what other people say.
Okay. Thanks, Abby.
Thank you.
Wow.
I think the massing is fine. I would have concern with the fenestration because it is so chaotic, but if it can't be seen, the side that we do know will probably be seen is more conventional. So I'm okay with it, which is the west.
Okay. All right, and I'm okay with this. The big change for me was to change to gray, and I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I think this thing is going to be difficult to see, if at all. There are my comments. Would anyone care to make a motion on this guy?
Motion to approve.
Let's give that a try. Okay, so Val has made a motion to approve this as submitted. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Abby.
Go for it.
All right, Val.
Aye.
I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, great. Next up is the guest house, same board.
Thank you all very much. On the guest house, I won't repeat myself. All of the same changes have been made to the chimney, to the trim color, to the doors, to mold windows, particularly on the west elevation, which is the most visible the only visible, potentially visible elevation on the project is the west. And there we scaled down both of the 4-pack door systems and converted them to triple. We demold the windows on the second floor per the board's request. And I'm not sure there's anything else I need to say.
Okay.
The other 3 elevations have no visibility at all. You can't see them from anywhere.
And you're suggesting that possibly from the west, you'd see it from Black Tower Beach.
Yes.
Okay. All right, board members, same board.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, John. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the east elevation.
Yep.
Yes, east elevation, if it's possibility that could see the top of anything above the first floor. I always say 90% of it can be seen. So this big long light there, right there, you could put another small window up there and another one down on the first floor, and I think it's ready for approval. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you. Let's see, Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess
Okay.
so. I don't seem to have any problem with what is there. The tall window, we have looked at it the other side. Are there 2 of them then? Andrew, I didn't realize.
Yes, Diane, this is a separate structure. So it's a similar window language that is on the interior side of the site. I also wanted to add too that we lowered the ridge height of this structure a foot too, so it's 23.6 off the ground.
Okay. Well, that's good. The little shed dormer above the windows seem to be, the windows on the second floor are above the doors on the first floor, which make it easier. And that window, if it's facing into the complex, I don't think you will see it. And I don't know, I also think sometimes that a particular window isn't necessarily what should be there, but it found itself there. So that's the way. I don't believe
I like
have
that,
any other
Diane. I agree.
So there you are. That's my opinion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Diane. How about you, Abby?
Yeah, I think with a couple of neatly placed black pines, I'd be fine with this. You said that the highest point was 26.3?
23.6. 23 feet 6. It's very low. That's a big
Nothing
difference.
to complain about. So yeah, but I still think a couple of black pines sort of,
Sure.
it's going to give you that nice Japanese thing going on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Val?
I'm okay with it.
All right. So am I actually. So what would we like to do with this, folks?
I make a motion to
Okay.
approve
As submitted.
as submitted.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
on the motion,
Yes.
a question. I feel very strongly, as you know, about glass and that
Yes.
to prove it, I believe it's going to be visible and highly from the second floor up, where you see most of this. And I think that Mr. Crotchin should apply to change those.
And don't vote on it.
Hang on. John, I think that Andrew has demonstrated that the east side of this building, which faces away from Black Tower Beach and towards the neighbor, will be invisible from any public way, which I happen to agree with. But so, John, I completely respect your opinion. So Diane has made a motion to approve as submitted. So we're going to take a vote on that particular motion. So let's see. Diane made the motion. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
John?
I'm in favor. I hate to see the loss of something, but I don't want to hold
Okay.
them up.
Hey, I promise you won't see that window, John. That's my promise to you. And Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, 2 down and a few yet to go. So the garage is as yet unseen and unheard.
Yes.
But I want the same board to remain on this one and the other ones.
Yeah. So I will describe all 3 buildings in one fell swoop. They are all as simple as one could possibly design a building.
That's impossible.
It's possible, right? Mr. Chair, I'm surprised they weren't on consent as you've done on as the board has done on some other projects to date. These are just gable structures with some doors and a window. So I have nothing to say about them.
Look, so let's look at the garage. Okay, garage is up towards the front, as you had told us earlier.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This is the most complicated garage I've ever seen.
Yeah, we worked really hard to make it complicated, so it's gray.
Gray. It's gray.
Gray.
And the garage door faces out to Washington Pond Road, Andrew?
The garage door is on both sides of the gable
that's right.
ends.
Pass through, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
All right, Abby's okay with it. Is anybody not okay with this? Because if not, I think we could put this right to a vote. It is.
Motion to approve as presented.
Oh, well, John has made a motion to approve as submitted. So on that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. How about the gym?
The gym is really intense, fairly elaborate, gable structure, doors.
Specious, folks.
Yes, I am.
What happened?
Sorry.
To our screen.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it wasn't coming in correctly. I don't know if you all could see that.
Funny, the gym looked exactly like the top of John McLaughlin's head.
Has visibility.
Can you all see that correctly?
Oh God, no, Holly, there's nothing
Yeah.
there.
Okay, so it's
There's
not just
nothing
me.
there.
Hold on.
Yeah. It looks just like the
almost
shed.
Exactly like the garage, except it's smaller.
Yeah, it is, Val.
Does it have rope climbing?
Do you want me to share the screen?
Hey, great idea. To
If you could do that, Val, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Super good.
How do I do it?
Well, somebody has to relinquish. Holly, you have to relinquish your screen share. There you go.
Oh, I
There she
am
goes.
sharing.
There we go.
Can you see it? Oops.
Yep.
Okay, it's an old shed. You guys see it? Oh,
Yep.
I mean, sorry, it's an old gym.
That looked,
Yeah.
that looks just like the garage.
That's what
It's just, it's just another building, another structure to open doors and have some equipment in.
14
That's all
feet
it is.
high.
What?
Where is
It's
the gym?
only 14 feet high.
Okay, if anybody has any objections, speak now or forever hold your peace, because I'd love a motion on this guy.
Motion to approve is submitted.
John has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, thank you for the motion, John. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Hey,
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. That's the gym. How about the shed?
It looks just like the gym.
Does it seriously?
Yes, it's even smaller. Yes.
Are you getting paid for this? How much are you
Yeah.
getting?
Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's fine. Believe it or not, it's.
Your hand.
Okay, everybody. This is,
John's waving his hand over
Oh.
his head.
yes, John.
Yes, I know these, the area. I would take the shed and the pool will not be visible from a travel private way.
Oh, well, that's great, John. We haven't gotten to the pool yet, but
That's next.
yes, it is.
I excluded that.
So, John, would you anybody have any objections to this shed? If not, I'd love a motion.
Motion to approve.
All right, thanks, Diane. On that motion, John,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay, so now that's the shed out of the way, and
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. I will
All
stay
right.
on for Elizabeth still in case there's any questions.
Elizabeth is actually up next, but for the same compound, and she's up for the pool.
Which John already just said isn't visible from a public way, so.
Yes, he did. He endorsed it. Okay.
Yes, no.
Why don't we just approve it?
Well, because we want to hear from Elizabeth. She needs to tell us how great it's going to be.
Hi, everyone. So
Hello.
there's no gables. No gables, no windows.
No.
It's on the ground. So
Okay.
yeah, I think if you approved everything else, like this is really, it's
All right.
even
And
flatter than.
it is sort of sandwiched in between the other buildings
It
that are
is.
already approved, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It says pool on the thing, but I mean, basically we're approving the hardscape, right, Elizabeth?
Right. A few walkways, a few boardwalks,
Uh,
and a couple, a couple stepping stones to to a lower depression in the landscape.
Okay. Any questions from my board members?
John's waving his hand again. That's all you
Oh,
can see.
John.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Too much talk sometimes. This is for the pool, am I correct?
Correct.
All right, I find that due to its remote location and its visibility is non-public, I'll
Yes.
make a motion to approve the pool.
You made a motion?
Yes, yes, submitted.
Okay, great. All right, so John has made a motion to approve the pool and hardscape as submitted. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, everybody.
Okay, so we just finished page one.
Good trip, Andrew.
Now, let's see here. I have a staple. We're at 11 Mill Hill, second dwelling. Word on this, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Stephen. Okay, Brooke, are you on?
I am.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, I'm aware, but you want to make comments, right?
no, this is Holly. I just wanted to let you know that Stephen has stepped out for a little bit. So he's not here to sit.
Oh, okay. So thank you for that. Carrie, do you want to sit in? Because you are an alternate.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, so let's move forward with that board then. Unless, Brooke, you have any objections.
No objections.
All right, and let's go.
I'd like to screen share if possible.
Mhm.
All right.
Boy, Brooke, I'm looking at your the new business agenda, and like 50% of it is yours.
All righty. So I'm showing you the application that I submitted last week. You've seen this before. There were some concerns that were expressed, but mostly this was motion to view with height poles. I have a separate file that shows pictures showing the height poles. This was what was originally approved. This house was an existing approval that's that's being staked out and will be under construction shortly. And then these photos you've seen before. This is looking from Dead Horse Valley back towards the site. This is looking from this corner going down towards Prospect, and then this is looking at the site itself. And this is just some perspectives of some of the buildings around here, which again, you've already seen these. So I'm going to scroll through quickly and just remind you of the building itself. Building is the back of the lot behind this approved structure. And also there's a building here and a building here. So it's pretty well boxed in by other structures. This is the building. And then I'm going to just show you the picture showing the height poles, because that was the point of the motion. So, and also a request for an aerial view. So that's included as well. This is the best I could do for an aerial view, but this is the subject lot right here. The main building will be in this area. This is a more or less 1.5 story structure on the property behind. Here's another one similar, plus it's bumped up on top of a retaining wall. So it reads as this plus about 4 feet. This one is set down, so it doesn't read as tall, but viewed from this direction, it definitely reads similarly to these. And let's see. And here are the height poles. they weren't painted pink, but that is more or less where they are. These stakes represent the outline of the structure. So you can see that it will be fairly obscured both from Mill Hill Lane and from behind from this building. And
Hold on a second, Holly. Brooke, are you screen sharing right now?
yes,
Okay, can I just ask you a question now that we're on that photo there?
yeah,
All right, so if you look at the elevations that you're proposing, there's like a fair decent amount of retainage on one side because the building is rather tall. So these stakes, as seen like where the snow is, that would be the grade, and then we're looking at the higher portion of it, and then it's going to drop off behind that snowy lawn.
right. There is an existing retaining wall that's about 4 feet tall that runs right along this back part of the yard.
Oh, okay.
That's what these people did. This whole this whole subdivision. There are just a series of retaining walls everywhere.
Yeah.
So what we're doing isn't really unique or special in that regard.
Well, I just
in
wanted
fact,
to make sure I was reading the retainage that you had on the elevation correctly.
yes, that goes along this line, but the grade over here will, it'll run, according to the existing contours. The pool will obviously have to be level, but we'll get. I just want to finish this scrolling through this, and then we'll get back to the drawings.
Okay.
All right, so this is the one that's upslope, closer to Prospect Hill. There's about a 3-foot drop of retainage along this. So the building it reads small, but it's from the other side. It reads, fairly tall. Here's another view of that building. This is the structure. Let's see, hang on a second. That's this structure right here that you're looking at.
Yep.
All right, you can see that, it's basically 1.5 stories. And then finally, here is another structure. Again, this is like 1.5 stories, but you can see that there's about 4 feet of foundation. And then this is a retaining wall around that. So that's about an 8-foot drop. So I guess my point is I'm just trying to show a contrast between what is visible now versus what will be minimally visible for my project.
Okay, so Brooke, back to that previous photograph,
Yeah.
which bears a lot of similarity to what you're proposing. You're saying this is taken from a public way, this photograph?
This is taken from a public way at the bottom of Old Mill Court.
Okay, but yours will not have that same degree of visibility.
Not even close. In fact, I'll take you back to the picture that shows where. Okay, so this retaining wall is the retaining wall behind the building. So I mean, you'll see that there is a structure there, but you're not going to see the height of it like you do in that other photo, primarily because of the location of this building right here.
Okay.
And again, that's this right here. And my building is tucked in here.
All right, got it.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So I'm opening the floor, and thank you for your time.
Thanks. Holly, do we have HSAB on this? I forget.
No, Mr. Chair, but you do have public comments that you've received.
Yes. Written or people that are in the queue right now wanting to speak?
Both.
Okay. So, folks, All of you listening, if you want to speak on this application, what I would suggest you doing is unmuting yourself and identifying yourself for the record, and then we'll hear what you have to say. Anyone?
Hi.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Hi.
Hi. I'm Jerry Ferguson again.
Thank you.
Pretty much I have the same comments that I had the last time. We are the next door neighbors of on 2 Old Mill. We believe that we still believe this lot is overdeveloped for its size and location. We believe that the 2-story dwelling is unnecessary, as a 1-story pool house is more in line with the lot size and location. I sent you all a spreadsheet and a photo from you. The building is not exactly tucked away in anything, but I sent you a spreadsheet with all of the lot sizes and the types of dwellings that were on the property, as well as the direction that they faced, or how visible they were to neighbors or to people driving up and down the street. So I also have photos. We were fortunate enough to be up last week, and I actually took photographs of all of the pool houses, cabanas, second dwellings, whatever you call them. And it is our belief that this one is inappropriate for its location as well as the size of the lot. So that's kind of all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The letters that you talked about earlier were sent to the board members, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, so no one else wants to speak on this application before I open it up to board members? Sounds like no. Okay, so again, the board, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Steve, oh, not Stephen, Carrie. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Thank you.
For me, it's not as much that it's a 2-story structure, because there are some in there. It could come down and have, more dormer. It's the building itself, especially the south and the north. I feel like there is just something about this that is disconnected for me. The way the deck is, the dormer so wide with huge cheeks on them. I think it needs to have that porch deck, whatever it is, integrated better, like with some walls that come out and sort of couch that deck or something to make it look more integrated. Yeah, that's what it is for me. It's just
All right.
disproportionate
Is that it?
for now.
Okay, very good. Carrie?
I'll make a comment.
Oh, go ahead, Diane. Go ahead.
It hit me as I look here on the south elevation. I believe it's the same on the north elevation as a bow to John, is that the middle of the windows do not come anywhere near the eaves.
Correct.
And so they look dinky. The thing looks dinky. The roof looks dinky. I don't know. I'm having some confusion with the location and where how it's facing. It is not in the old historic district, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Does it come fairly close?
No.
No.
By the graveyard, between the graveyard and that Horse Valley.
Yeah, I did think, I just for one person know particular thing, thinks the pool, I think the pool is not appropriate there. It's weird. I'd like to see the windows done. I'd like to see it more additive. I don't see very much additive. I see tall and shed dormers and the rest of it, but it still is a rectangular. When you see I don't know which side that is with all those little east elevation. Why doesn't it come down? You have room. Why doesn't it come down? And the south elevation, why doesn't the first floor window not have another one underneath it that has the same problem with the meeting rail? And the shed dormer roofs are so small that it looks like they were sort of added on quickly or something. It needs to be bigger, or the sheds have to come in to fit the window closer. They just look like they're hanging out there, and the building is too high on that east elevation. And the west elevation, there's no secondary building. There's nothing that brings it down from the first floor. Why is there this a two-story building with any additive massing? That's what I got to say now.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see, Carrie?
Thanks. I was actually in this neighborhood just a couple of days ago and I ended up at this property. This whole neighborhood is packed in, and Brooke is right about all the retaining walls. The heights, you can't tell what building is what building when you're on certain streets there. I believe this won't be visible from this public way in any significant way. I think what you'll see are parts and pieces that you won't know what it is. I agree with the eave height and the dormers, the way they relate to the windows, the center of the windows. If that eave came down to like a 4-foot plate, you could make it work. And maybe the second floor deck can be incorporated in a roof, as Val mentioned, to have it not read as such a block hanging on the side of the building. But other than that, I really don't have a problem with this building. It's small, it's significantly will not be seen in any big way. So a few minor changes and I think it's approvable.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Abby?
Hi, yeah, I actually agree with the neighbor. I feel the lot is overdeveloped and over hardscaped. And I don't mind a second dwelling, but it appears too tall. I'm not sure why. It's only 22.6 or something, but it sort of sticks up. Sort of sticks up out of the ground. The dormer seems sort of squat, and I agree that the windows should sort of line up with the roof line. Maybe that shed dormer has to start further up the roof. I don't quite understand why on the south the windows don't line up, but I sort of have a thing about that. But I agree with what's been said. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. The only thing I want to just underscore, it's already been said by several people, is the sort of gratuitous dormer. It needs to have more differential between the eave of the dormer and the eave of the main gable. That's my main concern with this. And I think in doing that, it will make it feel less tall. There will be more roof in relation to wall plane. So should we have a motion for some revisions on this one?
Make a motion to hold for revision.
Thanks, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, the motion carries. Now, do we want to look at the pool and hardscape?
Yeah,
No.
because, yes, we
Okay.
haven't looked at it, have we
Yeah,
yet?
we haven't looked at it. I mean, even if it's just a quick peek,
Okay, all right.
I'm fine with that. Thank you,
Hey,
Val.
I haven't checked to see if Steven's back, but I think we're going to stay with Carrie on this just so we have consistency on the application, all right?
All right, again, you've seen the site plan, you've seen the photos. Here is the pool itself. The building would be over here. I think that this is probably the maybe the most visible spot. I think everywhere else, it's not going to be terribly visible. So I guess I'll let you have at it.
Okay, thanks. Can we see the site plan again? Okay. Yeah. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I tried to mute, but I missed it. Thanks. Who would care to begin on this one? Oh, I'm gonna have to choose somebody.
Well, I'll go.
All right, go ahead, Abby.
Okay, so just briefly, I think the pool is too large, and there's too much hardscaping. I think, I don't know what's gonna happen when we have an avalanche and everything slips down the hill, but these pools being dug all over the place on a slope like this, it's asking for disaster. I would reduce that. I would put in some vegetation to root down the soils and take away some of that hardscaping. I guess those are green hedges around it, and maybe there's some trees in the back, but that's it. So I'd like to reduce the hardscaping in general. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Val.
I don't disagree with Abby. I think what's really tough here is that this whole property in general, this whole development is so overbuilt. And now, it is what it is, which is unfortunate. And anything that could be done to reduce or some of the impervious surface would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Val.
Yes.
Diane?
Well, I don't see it anywhere, but what is the percentage of being able to build on this lot? I see very little green space.
The ground coverage?
Yeah.
The allowable ground cover is 30%, which is 2419. What we are proposing is slightly less than that. I didn't do the math.
Not much.
Well, but also, Diane, ground coverage applies to like buildings, enclosed buildings, not terraces or pools or anything like that.
Right. But
Maybe
if you look
pools
at that,
should count for ground cover.
What?
I said
Oh,
maybe.
come on, let's not turn this into a town meeting.
A lot of towns do that. A lot of towns have pools counting as ground coverage. Anyway, Diane, continue.
I have an objection to where the privet hedge or whatever it's going to be to cover the pool there. It looks ridiculous. It should go down further and extend along and be something more than a toothpick on the side of the place. I think the pool, like Abby, is too big. And I think that there isn't a 10-foot space that isn't covered by something. The landscaping needs to be done with more consideration. that that second building that we just did is certainly looks bigger on this lot plan than it did in the drawings. It needs to have more sensibility about whether you can tell whether it's there or not. You can't say that some house may not get moved and then you're stuck with a sore thumb in the middle. We have to consider how you cover the pool and whether you can go in between those trees. What are those trees? I can see right through the trees out to the pool with an infinity edge, which is probably rather rare in town. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, Diane, thank you. How about you, Carrie?
I don't really have much to add. I think the size seems a little disproportionate for the rest of it. A bit big, but that's about it.
Okay. I'm in the same camp. I don't have much to add to what's already been said. So should we motion for some revisions on this guy?
I make a motion to hold for revisions.
All right, thanks, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Brooke. See
Thank you. See you soon.
Okay, now.
Mr. Chair, may I take a break, please?
Of course you can.
Dude,
Okay.
Yep.
that's what I was gonna say.
One at a time, kids.
Yeah,
One
yeah,
at a
no,
time.
I can work with Val. I just need to do something. So.
You mean you can wait till Val gets
Yeah,
back?
yeah, I can wait all night. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I can't. So is Stephen back yet? No. Okay. So for this first application at 11 Mississippi Ave, we will have Carrie sit in for Val. Okay.
Okay.
And Holly and Kathy, if you could just find out maybe what's happening with Stephen, just so that I know, that would be
Yes,
great.
I'll be on the search.
Okay, great. So 11 Mississippi Ave, who wants to present this? Who's presenting? Tim?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep, can. Thank you.
Great. So 11 Mississippi Ave. This is in Nantucket. The owner of the property has been doing some work, which includes an addition of a dormer to the east of the property. The dormer has a relatively low pitched roof. It's been built with black asphalt shingles. We're proposing to put 24 panels onto the dormer, which will cover the dormer. The Mississippi Ave to the north will have no visibility of the project. To the east of the property, it's going to be predominantly blocked by the homes and trees that are on the west of Arkansas Ave. You can see from that aerial picture there. There's a couple of locations on Arkansas Ave where there's going to be very limited distant views. It's about 400 feet between Arkansas and the property. So given the black on black, the low pitch roof, these views will be very limited.
Do we have
I just want
pictures
to be
of
with
the
you.
house?
I want to celebrate with you because we are having a child together.
I'm happy. So do we have pictures of the house?
Yeah. Yes, you do. So those are the elevations there.
Okay,
You
those are
can
the
see the
elevators.
dorm.
Is this house built?
Yeah, oh, sure, yes. Yeah, it's an existing structure.
Photograph pictures.
So if you go to the pictures, the only pictures we provided were from Arkansas Ave, and it is that house way in the, if you look on the right-hand side view from 19 Arkansas Ave, it's the property way at the back, not the property sort of to the front right there.
Okay.
And then
there's like the big scrub privet. You're saying the house that's sort of half obscured by the scrub privet.
Right.
you're
Right. And that's about 400 feet. This picture is from about 400 feet.
I get you. Okay, very good. And
Did
Matt,
you
you
want
can
to
see
hear?
it.
Yes, did you want to
That-
hear from Nantucket Advisory when he's done, Ray?
yeah, I mean, we just saw their stuff, but you can recap. Tim, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you, Ray.
Okay, great. Linda, briefly, yeah.
We thought it was an appropriate location. A majority of us did. It was a black panels on black roof. It goes edge to edge. And it's on a secondary roof plane. So if it's not appropriate here, due to the minimal visibility, it's not going to be appropriate anywhere. And it's on a south facing, and we thought this was an absolutely perfect place for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Linda. Okay, board members, who would like to begin? I'll reiterate the board.
I'll take it.
Hello?
Yeah,
Oh, John, do you want to start?
yeah, I'll start, sure.
Okay, go ahead. You're on it.
I know the property well. We have not officially established a Nantucket advisory yet. Not official, has not been voted that I know of. But anyway, it's across the pond, across the Miller's Bridge. And the site, it is visible, but as I say, I have no objection to it outside the old historic districts. And it's in the neighborhood of another set of these things. So I'm in favor of the application as presented.
Okay, thank you, John. Val?
It's me, Mr. Chair. Val's out.
Oh, right, Val left. I'm sorry, Abby. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this is a neat presentation. I mean it precisely. It goes edge to edge. It's all black. It's a black roof. It's got all the checkpoints for a pass. So I'm okay with it.
All right, great. Diane?
Yep, it fulfills our necessities, so I am with it too.
Very good. How about you, Carrie?
I'm fine with it as well.
All right, I think we can motion then.
Motion
Make a motion.
Well, John beat you to it, Diane, but are you in favor of John's motion to approve?
Yep.
All right, so it's Diane. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Carrie?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that. Motion carries. We got a few more from Tim, 19 Bartlett Farm Road. By the way, I think Stephen just came in. Stephen, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to hop over to you because Val has taken a temporary leave of absence. So you can sit on rooftop solar A.
At your service.
Actually, so you'll sit on both of these 19 Bartlett Farm Road ones. Okay, Tim, it's yours.
So, Mr. Chair, we could possibly consider these together because the buildings are essentially next to each other and the projects are identical.
Sure, why not?
So that will help with the pace of play.
Sure.
So they're both new structures. It's employee housing on the farm. You can see it's a large lot. They are single-story buildings. They've been built with black asphalt roofs. We are planning to cover the entire south/southeast elevations. In terms of views, if you have binoculars or you really squinted, you can make the buildings out from Bartlett Farm Road. They're about 700 feet from Bartlett Farm Road. Given the black roof, black panels, single story, relatively low pitched, we don't believe that they're going to have any material visibility.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah.
The other thing that you didn't mention, but I think it might be worthy of mentioning is south is towards the water, right? So that's away. These are on the roof plane facing away from Bartlett Farm Road.
Yes, they are, but Bartlett does kind of swing around as well.
It does, but
yeah,
okay.
Want me to go?
Sure.
I just, did you say this was on a black roof?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I have the same feeling as I did on the other one, and what I like about this is it's on a farm, it's like a working farm, so they're, I can picture it there. It's not like it's in a historic district, or I just like the situation, so I'm in favor of this application.
And just to be clear, we're sort of kind of reviewing both of the applications here at 19, or you're in favor of both of them, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's see, John.
Yes, I agree. I'll make a motion to approve it. They're out there anyway. It's plenty-
Okay, I'm going to hold that motion. I'm just going to make sure. So the rest of the board is Diane and Stephen. Any of you guys have any objections to this that we should be aware of?
No, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to comment.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I'd like to emphasize the mitigating factors, despite the fact that this is on the front of the home. It is a significant distance from the road. It's a secondary road. It's outside of really any historic area. It's in an agricultural area. It's not in a neighborhood. The solar panels go almost literally edge to edge in both directions. And lastly, the very low pitch of the roof, I think, will make these so inconsequential. So I'd like the minutes to reflect all of those, please. Thank you.
Yeah, well said.
Well said, Stephen. So John has made a motion to approve both A and B panels at 19 Bartlett Farm Road. So on that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Very good. And John.
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor. So that motion carries. That's, again, for the record, that was for both of the applications, A and B, 19 Bartlett Farm Road. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you, Tim.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Seriously.
John. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, John.
I have to recuse on this one. I'm caretaker for the neighbor.
Okay.
Charlie Sawyer. Thank you.
Of Back Street.
Right, yes.
All right, very good. Thank you for announcing that. So let's check. Val, are you back? Val is not back. So we're going to do Carrie, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and myself. Okay? Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think the owner would like to say a few words before I give the engineering pitch.
Sure.
If he's on, if we could let him in. Mr. Sawyer.
All you have to do is unmute. Let's see.
He was going to join.
Let me just scroll down.
There we go. There we go. You hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Well, you're all familiar with the benefits of green electricity on the island. This is something I've been concerned about for some time, really wanted to do it. I think my house is particularly well suited for it. A simple gable facing south with almost no public exposure. The dimensions of the gable just happened to correspond nicely with the modular panels, so that the roof is almost solidly filled up, which I think is architecturally, visually, it's a benefit rather than a partially paneled roof. I think doing it completely is a good thing. So that's really all I have to say about this, and I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you. So we are proposing to cover the entire south/southeast elevation with 20 black panels. The southeast elevation is to the rear of the property, so there is actually no visibility whatsoever from Back Street itself. The southeast elevation of the property is blocked from view by properties and trees located on the west side of William Street. If we could take a look at the pictures that we include, sort of like a locus on the pictures you can see there. So there is literally one point on William Street where you've got about a 6-foot area where we highlight there, where there is a very distant view of the left corner. If you zoom in, you'll actually see that it's not that house that you'll kind of like see in that middle picture. It's actually behind that house. You can just see a teeny little sliver.
There,
Yeah. That's about 250 feet back.
Okay.
Right there, yeah, and so you can see that will be black. That little sliver that's on Mr. Sawyer's property, and that's actually going to be. I think that's actually going to be blocked about 8 months of the year completely, because that tree is going to be full of leaves, and it's going to fill it all out. So we believe, given the extremely limited visibility, this is a good proposal.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Holly, do we have HSAB on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do. I believe this structure, maybe the owner can correct me if I'm wrong, is actually infill and not historic.
Correct.
Based on the NHL data, thank you. It indicates it was built in 1992. So we're dealing with a contemporary structure. From staff's perspective, it's on the rear of the roof facing William Street, all proposed on the main mass. And it should be on a black roof. I don't believe it was proposed to be on a black roof. From HSAB did mention that there was some visibility, specifically from William Street. And there was a recommendation to prefer a visible portion of William Street, that they be on the subordinate roof or less thereof, possibly to mitigate maybe with vegetation of some sort, if that is possible. But as Tim had pointed out, this is the part of the structure that would be visible from far back. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Board members. Let's see.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thanks, Stephen. Go ahead.
Sure. Not that I'm chomping at the bit or anything, but I didn't hear anybody speak.
No.
So, yeah, I would agree that the vegetation is a mitigating factor. Certainly, I took a nice brisk walk the other morning around 19 degrees up William Street, and it was rather pleasant. But this, I think, typically we request and our guidelines suggest or require a dark roof to match. In this instance, given the distance and the fact that the panels go almost, again, literally to the edge, which I want to thank Tim for, I think that the black roof matter is addressed by those two factors, the distance and the locations of the panels. So that in combination with the existing vegetation from William Street, my only concern would be that if in the future that tree were cut down, there would be greater visibility. And I think I would just ask that if we make a motion to approve, it would be subject to vegetative screening. And then that way, if in the future the tree gets cut down, the HDC has some recourse to just have the owner pop a little tree in there in the backyard somewhere.
Okay.
The Mr. Sawyer, that is.
Sounds.
I think
yes.
that's a fair trade-off. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, for the record, I just want to notate that was actually a comment too from HSAB that Stephen brought up to have screening for it in perpetuity. So thank you, Stephen, for that.
Okay, thanks. Carrie, you ready?
Yeah, I agree with Steve, but the black roof is a little bit disconcerting because just below it is the light roof, and there you'll see the contrast. So it would be great if this thing is ever re-roof to re-roof it in black. So it does disappear even more, but I agree with everything Stephen said.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Diane.
Yeah, I would like to see that proposal put in that anything that has to be re-roofed done in black. I think under the roof walk, there are space for 2 panels on either side of those legs. It's either black roofing or it 4 more panels can go in. But I think it's far enough away and in such a position that it's hard to see as you drive up William Street, and for sure hard if you go up Back Street. So that's what my proposal would think of.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, John's recused. Abby.
Yeah, I agree with my board members. It covers the roof nicely, covers it entirely. And it's another neat application. So I'm in favor of it, along with those caveats of the whatever it was, the tree.
Screening? Yeah.
The screening, and if they were to ever do it, their roof over, it would be nice if it was black, but I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay.
Would
Thanks.
would you like a motion, Mr. Chair?
I would, and I was hoping you could do it. Thank you.
Okay, so a motion to approve due to mitigating vegetation, approval subject to if the property roof is re-roofed, when the property roof is re-roofed, it will be black. And if the neighboring tree is removed, that the property owner would install a screening tree.
Okay, that is Stephen's motion. On the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Great. Okay, Tim, I think that's it for you, at least for a little while. And now.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Right.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, home run.
Thank
Yeah,
you. All good. Thank you.
Okay, so now Karen is up, and we have 16.5 Bartlett Road. Let's see. I think Val has rejoined us. Val,
Yep.
are you there?
I'm
Okay,
back.
you're back. John, you don't need to recuse on this, I don't imagine.
And I'll step out and make spaghetti for everybody.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you. Yeah, I'm over in the studio.
Don't forget the Chianti.
Right, exactly. I'll take a bomb. Okay, so let's see. Carrie, you want to sit in on this one? With
Sure.
the absence? Abby's absence. Thank you. Okay, Karen, you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, let's go.
All right, so this is Joe and Stacy Perry's house on Bartlett Road, and the house is set pretty far back from the road. It's hard to see from Bartlett Road, but the solar panels are going to be on the back of the house, so it would be impossible to see those from Bartlett Road. From 30 acres, and there's the arrays. They're covering the dormers and everything on the roof except for the skylight and vents. It is a gray roof, but there is no visibility. So
there's no visibility from 30 acres.
well, 30 acres, now you can see here, and this is in the winter, where the arrow is.
Yes.
That is, you could possibly see something through that. And again, this is the winter. It's such a small little piece that I don't know, and there's snow on it right now. So
you said that it was hard to tell from your aerial photo, but did you say that these are on dormer roofs?
one roof is a dormer and the others are not. Where the arrow is a dormer. That middle roof is a dormer.
The middle roof.
Yes. And then the left one is a dormer as well.
Okay. And then the right-hand most one is just a regular old gate.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. You're all set, Karen?
I think so. I mean, I don't see how you're going to see these, especially the only visibility that possibly could be would be that dormer one, and it's so flat, I don't think that you'll see it at all. And that would only be from 30 Acres Lane through
Okay,
the other
and so
properties.
The
right there.
photograph that we just saw, the dormer, that was taken from the property itself, right?
Yes, that's just their backyard for an elevation.
Right.
That's,
Okay.
yeah, you can't see that from the road at
Get a
all.
better sense of where they're going from this. Okay, thank you. All right, who would like to begin?
I will.
Thank you, John.
Chairman, I find that this is a lack of visibility and also that what he's applying for meets the general requirements for this commission. And if you want, take a motion to approve it.
Okay, well, I'm going to hold your motion just to make sure that everybody else is on board, John, all right? Is that okay?
Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion on the table, but Val, do you have anything that you'd like to say about this?
No, only because I know the house very well and you can't see this.
Oh.
But it, it doesn't meet the color guidelines we usually
Correct.
want, but I think lack of visibility.
That is correct. Okay, thank you, Val. Diane?
Well, I know the house pretty well too, and I don't know, the only thing I could suggest is the middle roof, to have it go up around what is the chimney. If they have enough panels that they don't have to do it. The only view will be from 30 Acres, and you could see it from 30 Acres. The houses are not all that far away. 30 Acres isn't that big, but it's on not the street facing side. And I don't know whether she can add the extra panels to make it a little bit more fit in, particularly that one on the left. It might just help smooth it out, but otherwise it's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I agree with everybody else. I think this is fine.
Okay, so John did make a motion a while back to approve as submitted. I'm going to try that one out, see where it goes. On John's motion, Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. John? Oh, actually, Carrie first.
Aye.
Yep, John?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. There you go, Karen.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, you bet. Okay, next up, Brooke.
Yes, screen share, please.
What?
I need to screen share, please.
Yeah, now let's establish a board here. So Abby is still away, is that correct? Yeah, she's absent.
Ray,
So-
I've got some coming up that I'm going to have to present myself. So if it makes sense for me to do these and someone else to do the ones that I have to present.
Actually, that's a great idea. So why don't you do these three and then Stephen will sit in, although by that time, well, look, I'm not going to overthink this. Yeah, you sit in on the three applications at 5 Old Mill Court, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, Brooke, go.
All right, so what you're first seeing here is a building that was originally approved for this lot, and I'm only bringing it up to show a couple of things. One is the parking in the front, and the other is the pool forward. And I'm going to scroll through this quickly, but
we're looking at a previous approval.
this is a previous approval for this lot that has nothing to do with what I'm presenting, but I just wanted to give you an example of what had been approved here before.
Okay, still the previous approval.
Yep, still the previous approval. I'm not concept design.
Right.
And there's the studio. You can see that there was a lot of foundation showing and stuff like that. So, all right, moving on. All right, here's some photos. This is the lot looking west, looking south, and this is looking east. You might be familiar with that building because we just saw it. This is looking up the road.
Okay.
Interesting. No meeting rails there, just wanted to show that.
Great.
Maybe it hasn't been signed off yet.
Uh-oh, oops.
They should have just run the eave right across. They could have.
All right. And I borrowed some other photos, so there might be some familiar stuff. Okay, so moving on. Here's the proposal. Here's the site plan. You can see that the cars are in the back. The pool is in the back. And I want to show you the contours of the land before I show the elevations, so you know what you're looking at when you're looking at the elevations. Primary is the one facing east. This blue line represents the existing contour. And what I am proposing here is a 2-foot cut up front to get it onto the 44-foot contour line. This would run all the way back, but instead of going straight up to the property line, it actually steps down and then steps again. So it doesn't read as a big wall in the back, which, and this is the rear elevation right here where you would see that. And again, that would be planted out. It's like, it would be one big planter. And then you'd have some sort of cedar fence covering the concrete wall. All right, so that's the profile, and here's the front elevation facing up the hill. And as you're walking around, you can see how that looks. And of course, let me know if you need me to go back to any of the prior pictures.
Okay.
This is the east elevation, but this wall, this glass area actually faces towards a studio. So it's somewhat concealed. And I think that's it. The building is 57 feet deep and 52 feet wide. So I think it's a pretty, relatively small structure compared to some of the other stuff that's up there.
Okay.
And I think that's all I got right now.
All right, Brooke, thank you.
Thank you.
Ray, can I ask something?
Of course you can, Diane.
What I would like, because I don't know if anybody else thinks that maybe they're sharper than I, but I have no idea where all these buildings are going. It's an area that when I was there daily, it was a bare hill.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see if I could get a streetscape. So when we see the buildings that are next to one another, I don't have any idea what's next to one another. And it's supposed to be an area of existing and familiar houses. And I do not know. And pointing out that we're at 5 Old Mill Court, and here's one for 2 Old Mill Court, and here's one for New Old Mill Court. I'd like to see a streetscape with what is consistently going along on the different streets, if it would be possible. I really would.
Okay.
All right, may I speak to that,
Yes.
please? That would require an extraordinary amount of effort to actually do that kind of drawing. Given that I haven't drawn really any of these other than the second dwelling that I proposed a few applications ago, and then this structure. The only thing I have to offer are photos. And, I think that, Diane, I remember this as being open as well. I get that part. This is pretty much the last or second to last lot that's being constructed. Everything else has a house on it. Everything else is, everything else is got their pool, they've got their cabana or their little cottage or whatever. And this is just at this point infill. Now, as Val made the point before, this kind of ran away, at the beginning. And I actually think that this particular effort is maybe not as strong as some of these other efforts. I'd have to go back to the aerial photo from my prior application to kind of give you an example of the density. But for now, I'll put up the elevations again, and when I get that photo out, I'll show it again.
All right. I think she was just asking a question, Brooke.
Okay.
Okay. Diane, do you want to make any comments on the architecture of this building? The design?
No,
No?
the architect, I thought we had already pretty much approved this particular building.
No, it's a new application. There
Oh.
was another different building that was approved for this same location. That was the Gambrell thing that you saw earlier.
Well, I didn't like the Gambrell thing, so
I
I wasn't going to say that.
I prefer this.
I didn't
too.
do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see the other two. I've got the north elevation, which is 4bay, and I'd like to see the south elevation, south and east, if you have it.
I do.
There you go.
Yeah, well, I think that it is probably fitting for the area. It's nothing that hits you over the head that says this is a terrible modern building. It's a very calm, quiet building. And so I don't have a lot to say, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Fine, Diane. Thank you. Carrie.
I agree. I think this is probably one of the nicer looking buildings in this neighborhood. And the low ridge is highly appreciated because it is down the hill as well. So that's great, Brooke.
Thank you.
I think it's highly appropriate for this area.
Okay. All right then. Thanks. John?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like some clarification, please.
You sure can have it.
If you back up a page to the new business, 30121, and it's fourth item down is 50 Mill LLC, license liability. Then you turn over to the next page,
Yes.
the previous page, old business, the bottom of it says that it's 11 Mill Hill Lane. Now, I understand, maybe I'm wrong. I thought there's only one street through this subdivision. So there's something, it's not.
Let me make sure that I understand.
There's like 3 streets.
Yeah, there's Red Mill, Old Mill Hill, Old Mill Court, Old Farm Road, and then Mill Hill Lane, which isn't really in this subdivision. It actually is coming from the top of Dead Horse Valley and cutting through to the top of Chicken Hill. And where it said 11 Mill Hill Lane, they're using that road as frontage, but that was in application 12 and 13. This is at the bottom of this street. So here you go, Old Farm Road, Red Mill Lane,
Yeah.
Old Mill Court, Mill Hill Lane.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
John, any comments or questions on the house itself?
The house itself, let me go back to it. Yes, let me take a look. This is not Mill Hill Lane. This is the one LLC, right?
This
Yeah.
is 5 Old Mill LLC.
On the main house, I have no comments. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Gosh, who did I miss? Abby's, Val, right?
I think the house is appropriate.
Okay, I do too. Should we move this one through?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All
Make
right,
a motion to approve
it sounds good, Diane.
as submitted.
All right, on Diane's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thanks. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, that's one down. Now we have garage studio.
All right. Again, tucked in the back corner. And it is 18 by 26. No second floor decks.
Goodness.
I
It
know.
looks like on your section though, through the two buildings, there is one. Page 15.
Page 15.
Wait, go back.
Yeah, no, I just saw it.
It's right there.
Ah,
Right there.
yeah, sorry, that's wrong. Strike that.
Okay. Yes, strike it. There we go.
There we
Excellent.
go. It's gone.
Perfect.
It's as good as dead.
Val doesn't miss a trick.
Because I
Okay.
look at these ahead of time.
Yeah, man, you can tell. So,
All right, big X.
all right, excellent. So, Val, did you have anything else to say?
No, except that I think that this building proportionally works much better than the one we were having concern with earlier. It's
agree.
it's the proportions.
Mm-hmm. It's more, it's less vertical feeling.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Was that you, Diane? You want to speak?
No, I think it fits in. It's just the garage is good. If it could be dropped 2 feet, it would be even better, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to read how tall it is.
Hang on, I'll show you.
I think it's 21 feet.
21 feet 9.
Yeah. No, I think that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. John.
I find it appropriate for the neighborhood.
All right. Carrie?
I think it's fine. On the north elevation, the gable on the left-hand side, which is on the east elevation, it's sort of making it feel left heavy for me when you're looking at the north. But if everyone else is okay with it, I'm fine with it.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I think, Carrie, not to disagree with you, but I think that that's one of those things that's going to read much more strongly in an elevation than in actual reality. You know,
Yep, you're probably right.
you're correct that the drawing looks really super heavy on the left right now, but that's not the way we're going to perceive the building.
Right.
It'll
So
be cute, I promise.
What?
I said it'll be cute, I promise.
I believe you.
It will be. So can I have a motion on this one?
Yes.
Motion to approve is
Well, actually, John has just made a motion. So on that motion, Diane.
The motion is to approve it as submitted.
I know, John. On John's motion, Diane.
aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
And John.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. So now do we have a pool, I believe, or?
Of course, we have a pool,
Of course,
What
everybody
would the world be without a pool?
needs a pool.
but it's only 16 by 20.
Yeah.
I hope you all know pools have to go into the sewer. You're gonna float beside it on sewer.
Hey, Brooke.
Yes.
Okay, so all that retainage that we saw in your earlier presentation for the overview that had the, you know, sort of quasi fencing in front of it, in front of the retaining wall. That's part of this application, isn't it? Part of the hardscape application.
Yes, it is.
So I, for one, am curious about like how tall that is, how visible that is.
All right. Yes, so this step right here,
yeah.
All right, that is 3 feet. You step in about, I think I have it as 32 inches, and then you step up 2 feet. So it steps away from this area, and there is a trail that runs somewhere in this zone.
A trail.
Well, you know, it's it's nominally a trail. It's not really a.
Well, what's the ownership of the trail?
Oh, it's Nantucket. Town of
Nantucket.
Yep.
In other words, this 3-foot high fence, if I understood you correctly, is facing town property.
Yes.
Okay.
And how much, the law is 190, so how much of that is fence?
Let's see.
The whole thing.
Well,
No.
hang on. This is the lot from here to here.
Yeah, yeah.
The fence run will be from here to here, and we can probably build up the dirt on this side, but obviously we can't do that on this side because this is town land.
Right. So we're calling it a fence, but it is actually a retaining wall.
Yeah, it's a fence that screens a retaining wall.
Yeah, but like, for example, if whatever that greenery is that you're showing there won't be like behind the fence, it's going to appear to be like sitting on top of the fence.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, John.
I find visibly where it's located on the plot plan that it will not be visible from the street of traveled way. I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted if you'd like.
Well, but I think Brooke just said that it would be visible from town property.
Thank you.
I just want clarification. Let's make sure here. That is town property, correct?
This is town property. Of course, if you were misreading the Nantucket Enquirer this week, they said that this was all being subdivided. So, but it's not.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I hate to sort of lead the charge on this one, but it would be really great if you could sort of pull the retainage back enough such that you were able to plant in front of it on your property.
Sure. I can, I can take away the step. That's pretty easy for me to do. And definitely that can certainly be planted and maybe faced or painted black or whatever it is that, would help mitigate that.
Okay. Well, let's hear what the other board members have.
Can I ask a question too, which I forgot?
Yeah, of course you can, Diane. Go ahead.
What are we using covering the pool? Is it are we using a fence or a pool cover?
It's going to be a pool cover, right?
Well, there will be a pool cover, but I am showing a fence, for privacy. And it's screened on this side, and this side. And you're about 5 feet below, no, 3 feet below down here. So it's not really visible.
But I didn't know where the fence went. If you needed a fence, does it wander around all that bluestone, or is it just around the pool?
There is a picket fence right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and it meets this this studio, and it meets the house, and so it's hemmed in here. And then the idea is that this retaining wall will meet the code for the height requirement, but we'll also have an auto cover.
What about front of the? What if you do have an auto cover?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you get a direct view coming in around those cars when they aren't there to the pool.
Well, there's a
Unless you have
house
some
right
sort-
here. There's a big house right here.
But you also have a fence.
Right, you have a fence. It's screening.
Okay.
This is where the pool is. That's where the studio is. House.
Right. Okay.
Just something we gotta
Motion.
particularly.
I'm not going to approve it like this.
Yeah, so John, I'm going to hold your motion so that we can have a little bit more discussion on this, okay? But when it comes down to it, I'll come
Thank
back.
you.
All right, Val, I want to hear from you.
I agree with the trying to plant in front of it. You know, we're not asking for cedars or privet hedge or anything like that. That takes up a lot of space and looks fake. It could be as simple as something that would grow as a vine. You know, what it reminds me of is our caveat when we have long lengths of fence. Every so often, we want some vegetation to mitigate that hard
Right,
gate.
correct.
Yeah.
Now, back to Brooks' point, he said there's a 3-foot high wall and then there's another 2-foot high wall. So if he eliminated the 3-foot high wall, then we're really down to a 5-foot high wall, correct, Brooke?
Yes.
Yeah, so boy, it would be great if there was some sort of an in-between because a 5-foot high wall is obviously.
Well, if we step it back to that primary wall, you know, it can be bermed at that point, and maybe it won't be 5 feet tall.
Bermed and
Could also take
Bermed
this-
and planted.
Yeah, you know, instead of step it, but make the lower one shorter and plant that, and then
that's a really great idea.
A lower short wall,
Yeah,
right,
and then plant the
middle.
top wall.
right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
in
So
front
what
of
about
Yeah.
facing the top wall with the fence? So it looks like a 4-foot fence.
Great idea.
And then
Yeah,
plants
and-
in front of that, and then the low wall. If the
Okay.
low wall is even necessary, it might just slope down.
All right.
So let's see, we should add up our hours that we spent helping Brooke with this, because I think.
Yeah, please send me the bill.
Yeah. All right, well, that all sounds okay to me, but now let's see. So we heard from Carrie.
Okay.
Diane, hey, John?
Yes.
John, I know that you put in a motion to approve as submitted, but we would love to make a minor modification to that motion if you don't object.
Motion to approve it with the minor modification.
All right, and the minor modification being this, that the outermost wall will only be 2 feet high, and that the inner wall will be the one that's skinned with the wood, the boards, and we would have planting as shown in front of that taller wall. That's the modification. So that's your motion, John?
Yes.
Okay, so on that motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Very good, Carrie.
Aye.
Great, John, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
Brooke. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's see.
Abby's back. But you may not need me.
No, we always need you.
Did our leader leave? No. Let go.
Did we lose Ray?
Yeah, I came on and he left. What, is there something?
Oh.
I
Wow.
don't know what happened to him. Wait a
Abby, he might be looking for that Chianti you promised everyone.
Yeah, it's gone. It's a little off tonight. I don't know if it's the best thing to share.
41 more Winnet.
Madam
Isn't
Chair,
that-
Madam Chair,
Ray.
this
Yes?
is Kathy. Ray just texted me. He just lost power.
Oh,
Oh, save all your files, everybody.
He will be back soon.
Okay, we'll start 41. Does he want to start 41 more Winnet?
I would think so, as long as the applicant has no problem with that.
yeah.
I'm
let's
here.
start.
I'm,
Okay,
it's Carrie. I'm representing this myself,
Carrie.
so I recuse.
So this is, on the board will be John, Steve, Val, Abby, and me. That makes 5. Okay, so begin.
Okay, thank you. So, about 6 weeks ago now, I came in to move or demo the existing house on this property. It was a salt box, red trim, sort of nondescript building. And you can see it on this site plan in the dashed lines. There's a sort of smack in the middle on top of where the pool is drawn. There's a big clearing
Yeah.
on the property here. There's a garage to the south of where the house was. The pool is sitting on where the house was, and this new house is to the right of it, a little bit to the northeast of it. This property is 4 acres big, and the house is about 300 feet from Wawinet Road. As the house that is going to be moved demoed, the roof of it can be seen momentarily as you drive by. So I'm pretty sure none of this is going to be visible. You might actually see the northwest corner, which is, again, almost 300 feet away from the road. From Old Quidnet Milk Route, there is a driveway now that is going to be abandoned because these property owners own the house next door. So their whole property is about 8 acres. And we're going to come off their existing driveway and in that way. So the front of the building is facing the circular driveway, and the end of the building, the rear of the building, is facing Wawinet Road to the northwest. It's a pretty traditional, typical gabled building. The main mass is 34 feet long with a roof walk. The side gable masses drop down a little bit. It's going to be natural to weather trim, cedar roof, and sandstone, sand tone windows. So all the trim work really disappears. And the east elevation is the front facing the driveway. That north elevation just below that is facing what I'm calling a jungle. It's the wetland, heavily wooded area that nobody will see from anywhere. This end could be seen probably the bit of the second floor and the roof walk from Wawinet Road. And then the long elevation as well could be seen from Wawinet Road from an angle from the left sort of corner. But I think it's a pretty traditional, simple structure on a very huge lot far from the street. So
I'll go first if you want.
Okay, Johnny.
Okay, thank you. Could we go to the front elevation, please? All set? Okay,
Okay, there you go.
that's the front elevation.
Yep.
No matter
You
what,
begin.
yeah, no matter what it's seen, I'm saying that they should change the front door to the style. You get rid of that glass and use a 6-panel door that shows where the front door is for deliveries. My other point is that a lot of this is not visible, and the old Quidnet Milk Route is a private piece of land, we'll say, driveway. It's a driveway. It's not part of Rowan Road. So I think the rest of this is applicable to other houses in the immediate surrounding farm area. This house meets requirement. My only question is, on the left side, on the front, is how far out is that deck? Is it 8 foot or 10 or 12?
No, that's a 12-foot deck, a 12-foot porch and a 10-foot deck set within it.
How much is the deck?
It's 10 feet out, but the porch itself is 12 feet out. So there's 2 extra feet hanging over.
Okay, if the members are going to say that it's not visible from the street, that's fine. If
No,
you're going to say it is visible, it should go back to 8 feet. That's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, John, thank you. Abby.
Yeah, is there a reason that this, on that, east elevation, the front, is there a reason that the second floor windows aren't evenly distributed on that second floor? It's just bothering me the tiniest bit. I'm sure there's a really good reason.
Oh, the ones on the side of the front?
Over the front door.
Over the front door?
Mhm.
They're not, they should be. They're not equally spaced. Must be a drafting error, but
No.
they
On the
should be.
left, it's larger than the space on the right.
You're right, Abby. I didn't pick up on it because it should be balanced. They should be
Well,
equally balanced.
I love that. That was my only comment. So
Well, that'll be fixed.
oh yeah, thank you.
All right, Val.
I really have nothing. It's natural to weather. It's a very, very large site. I just have a question for Carrie. This is just logistics.
Mm-hmm.
That chimney is so high. Does it have to have a cricket or something?
It'll probably have a cricket. It's actually just an outside one. So yeah.
Okay.
So the cricket will happen, but it's gotta be the 2 feet above the nearest ridge.
No, I know. It just seemed like it was.
Again, that won't be seen. The whole chimney probably won't be seen from anywhere just because of the way the site is. But if I
Okay.
need a cricket, I'll definitely have the cricket.
Stephen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's a handsome structure. I was going to ask what the colors were, but that question's been answered. Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. I have a question. I don't see, and I have not seen I can't see the site plan. I don't see any additive. You have 8 acres of land and there's no additive. It's all 2 stories high. I would like to see, other than a porch roof and a deck, some other bringing the height down and making it go on. This is what we're supposed to be doing, is additive massing, and this has none. I don't know whether it's possible, but that's what I would like to do, is to have you some sort of additive massing. It's going to be in a fairly prominent place, maybe hard to see, but not hard to see when you go down the milk route. And as I say, there's no additive massing to it. I would hope that you could do some.
I'm not sure we want to add any more ground cover because we've got a couple other buildings on the property, Diane.
Right.
Diane.
What'd you say?
No, I was going to ask you a question. Do you mean not necessarily spread out with more for 1-story add-ons, are you saying maybe drop some of the additive pieces slightly? Maybe would.
Yes.
Okay.
Drop
Yeah,
those. I could drop those by probably 6 inches. The whole house also could drop another 12 inches. We just haven't decided yet if my clients want to do a mud sill or not. They like dropping down to grade from the deck rather than having to be a couple steps up. So that might be a given, I guess. The whole thing could come down 10 or 12 inches.
Well, that might be good, and just drive along the Milk Route and see. I think it's sort of an imposing house with those double gables on the north elevation, which are going to be seen as you go in. That the Milk Route houses are usually a little more broken down, and at different heights, they're not such an imposing building as this really is. What is its full height?
The 34-foot main ridge is 29. Wait, what does that say? 29.4. And then it drops down to 27.8 on the west end, which is the one that could possibly be seen. But if we do the
Well, other
mud
people
sill, I
may
could drop it whole 12 inches.
Yeah, Karen, I think
would
that
like
would be a great
to see
idea.
some sort of variation in the length of, you see the whole length of the building, including the two little hookers by the roof walk. It's a long building, which is what you're going to see. And the those two gables are big. You could drop them down and go out to the side. Not very much. You got 8 acres of land. You must have enough to extend it a little bit. Anyway, that's my thought. So why don't I get a motion on what somebody would like?
I guess a motion for what? Minor revisions?
Yeah,
Well,
I
that
would
would
just,
be
I would like to comment once more, Madam Chair, please. Thank you. I think the idea of lowering that on the plateau, or lowering it with a mud sill is beneficial. It will help to address concerns of overall massing and the fact that it's kind of on the top, towards the top of the knoll on the site. So with Val's motion for minor revisions, I'm an aye, Madam Chair.
okay. Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, minor revisions. I'm for that, bringing it down a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. So that's 1, 2, 3. Johnny?
Aye.
4, and I am 5. Thank you very much. Thanks, Carrie. What is
Thank
the next
you.
one?
The next one is, I believe, the cabana.
Garage.
Cabana.
Cabana or
garage.
garage?
Okay.
Which one?
It says garage here.
Right, right.
Okay.
Okay.
It's an existing garage that we are adding 2 shed masses to, one of which has a little deck above it.
Yeah.
Bear with me. Sorry. It's telling me insufficient memory.
The old insufficient memory issue.
I have the same problem.
Yeah, mine is fleeting.
Oh, gosh.
All right.
Town's going
Where
to
are
hell
we?
in a hack. That's what.
Here we go. It's doing the same thing to me. What? Let's try this one more time. All
Take
right,
your time, Holly.
got it. No, we got this. Everybody's time is precious. All right, you all see that?
Yep.
All right.
This is the same color scheme, natural to
Look up
weather. So this is the existing building. And we are proposing to add a shed mass on this side and where the garage doors are. And the garage doors are going to flip to the back side of this building, which is that wall right there. Oh, sorry, it's not two shed masses, it's one gable.
We knew it.
There we are. So we're adding to the northwest.
Mhm.
And there we go. So the central mass is existing. That gable end is being added. And the doors are changing to this side. And that shed mass is being added to the rear of it. You can see the existing elevations next to the proposed. We're keeping the deck. We just like to infill underneath it with 1x8 boards.
Okay, and it looks like you're keeping the salt box.
Keeping the
roof
salt
line,
box,
right?
adding, yep, adding to two sides of it.
Okay. All right. I'll begin. Stephen, you want to begin?
Sure, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a slightly larger salted box. Good with it.
Okay. Thank you. Johnny.
Yes, thank you. Just forward 31 moment to the garage. The my only question would be the entrance door on the first floor on the west elevation. If it's visible, to change that door to another type door is approvable. Thank you. Any suggestions?
Okay. Thank
you. Visible, it's facing that northeast, north, yeah. Yep, there.
Abby.
Salt box with a little bit of pepper. I like it.
Thank you. Val.
I think it's perfectly appropriate. The addition's away from the road and it's not really a second dwelling per se. It's a garage apartment, so I'm good with that door. And you can't see.
Okay. So can I get a motion?
Motion to approve as
perhaps
submitted.
approve?
I just made a motion to
Thank
approve.
you.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes. Yes, John.
well, I missed something. Would you go to the south elevation, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. How far is that deck out? Looks
It
about 20
exists.
20
That
feet.
exists. I believe it's 10 or 8 feet.
It's
But
what?
it
It's
does
a,
exist.
it's
It
a,
does exist. We're changing the stair to turn so we can get a tractor door in to the side. But other than
Show
that,
them the
but the
picture.
rest of the building,
Right.
the rest of the building is exist.
Hang on.
Johnny,
What I'm asking is,
the rest of the,
is it existing?
Yes.
Yes.
Again, I spoke. Thank you very much.
yes.
Yeah, motion to approve.
All
I
right.
think.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. John,
Aye,
on Abby's motion to approve. All right.
aye.
Val,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
okay, and John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That approves that. So then the next one is, what do we got? Now is the cabana.
Cabana.
Cabano Danya.
So this building is,
That doesn't look like Luke.
it's a pretty
That
low
looks like-
slung hip roof building with a little hip off to the side. On the back side of it is a shed roof that encompasses some storage space for farm equipment. These guys want to have garage doors be able to enclose this thing, but they're just going to be board and bat, probably V-groove panels that will slide down into the foundation, and then shutters. It's not a insulated building. It's just an open cabana with the shutters, and the garage door is able to shut it down in the winter time. But again, all natural together. The backside there, the building itself is about 13 feet tall, but on the backside where the hill naturally slopes down, it's going to just slope down to a small, well, not small, but 12-foot doors that will be at the very bottom of the hill that exists.
Okay, but you won't necessarily see those, will you?
No. This is sitting pretty much where the house is, well, a little
All
bit
right.
closer than the house. And this is only 13 feet tall, so I don't think any of this is visible.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'll start with Abby.
Me, well, you're not gonna see this, it's so low. And actually, I like the take on a little cabana with all this going on. I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Val.
I think based on visibility, I'm okay with it.
Thank you. Stephen.
No additional comments.
Thank you. Johnny.
Underground garage is pretty cute. I have no problem with it.
Okay, do you want to make?
I'll make a motion to.
Do you want to make a motion?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Abby. So, Val. Say aye.
I did, aye.
She's, Abby's made the.
I am
Okay,
in favor of that.
Stephen.
Aye.
All right, John.
Aye. Aye.
Thank, Abby on your motion.
Yep, I'm in favor of it.
Okay, and I am too. Thank you very much.
All right.
So we
Thank
have,
you.
we have
Thank
one
you,
more thing.
Diane.
Oh my God, you got electricity. If you paid your electric bill, this wouldn't happen.
Well, it's a little simpler than that. I just needed to plug my computer in.
Oh no, you
Yeah, I disconnected the cord and forgot to plug it in. Okay, so item 12 was stricken from the agenda. That's the pool that was with that group of applications you just reviewed. So now we're along to Randy Sharp at 49A Meadowview.
forgot about this one.
New house, Carrie's representing.
Oh,
So that
Randy
would be basically the regular board this time. All right, Carrie?
Okay, is it gonna be brought up?
I think so. Hope so.
It's not in my queue, so bear with me for a second.
All right.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
Was it on the view pack or?
No.
Okay, so it's not just me.
Just I forgot to add it.
Okay.
It happens.
Right. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, lots of juggling around here these days.
Oh.
It's a circus.
Yeah, we live it.
Hello. Yes, I'm right here. What's the question?
What is your role in the circus is the question.
The pool. The pool, I do not believe is visible from the street. Lower Winnet Road. So, go
Well,
from there.
that's good to know, John, because we're not reviewing that right now.
I think he's the disappearing man.
Yes.
Oh,
Uh-oh, I just do. So we're not getting this?
You're doing
Holly,
the
I'm
pool.
emailing it to you right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Stand by.
Thank you, Commission.
Steve,
Yes, sir.
we're doing the pool right now?
No, not yet, John. I'm glad you had a chance to preview that, but you're going to hold those comments for just a few minutes.
What are you doing now?
We're on hold for a moment while the data is located and pulled up.
Ah, okay, fine.
The Pop-Tart break.
yeah, but we're all in the same spacecraft.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Thanks for your patience.
Okay.
So this is on Meadowview. It's on a huge property that has been subdivided. And the existing house to the bottom of it is now facing Wamasquid. And Meadowview is now, this property, 49A, is using what was one Wamasquid's driveway. So we're using the same curb cut, and it's all very hidden behind wetlands, that big green blob in the front of the property. We're about 120 feet back from the road. And the front elevation, I don't know if you'll see it or not, but I think it's appropriate for this neighborhood. It's very simple, gabled dormers on the front and a porch, and it extends back. But I don't think any of that will be visible.
Okay. Colors?
White trim,
Mhm.
cedar roof.
Mhm.
No, sorry, black roof.
Black roof, okay.
Yep. So white sash, white trim, and black roof.
How tall is it, Carrie?
25.5 feet.
25 and a half?
Yep.
Wow, okay. Let's see. Oh, we're the regular board this time. We do have everyone. So who would care to begin on this one?
I'll go.
I would.
Abby, you first.
Well, okay, I beat you, Val. I think it's so highly appropriate and such a beautiful design. My one thought is, why doesn't that hip continue around the corner for a porch and continue the front porch into that little L? I think that would be so great.
Wait, what?
To see the front porch makes the turn on the far left on the first floor and just goes
And
around
moves
and
into
connects.
the other hip roof over there.
Right, that's a separate room beyond the face.
No, we understand that, but you can basically wrap around the porch so that it mimics.
Oh, so it incorporates.
Yeah, it'd be so
Can
beautiful.
we see that side?
What?
Can we see that?
Oh,
side?
yeah, so,
It's right there.
yeah. So basically
To the
that
right.
that cheek wall would become a roof that just went over that window to the right of the hip roof.
Right, and you could probably
Yeah, I
even,
mean, it would be simple to achieve.
yeah, that's my one thought. Otherwise, I think it's so appropriate.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abby. How about you, Diane?
Hi, I
we go.
do too. I agree with what you said. I think it'll fit in on Meadowview just great. I like the porch going around. I think that's a good thing. It should fit into the neighboring houses perfectly. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Diane. Val?
I think it's appropriate too. I thought it was a house and it was getting added on to with the two different colors. That was my question.
But you're good with it the way it is?
Yeah.
John?
Yes, on Last elevation, would you bring it up 3 notches, please?
3 notches.
On the north.
Yeah, keep it going. What does it show for height?
25.5 feet.
Okay, and the wraparound roof there. Is that 5 feet? 5 and 12 pitch?
Yeah, it's a 5 and 12,
5 and 12.
6 feet out.
Oh, it should be a 4, yeah, okay. Now, is that the front door right there?
No, that's the side door.
Inside door, already. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I liked Abby's suggestion about bringing the hip around on the left-hand side of the front, although I don't think it's necessary to the approval of this building. You know, I could approve this just the way it is. So that's me. What do we want to do with this, folks?
Absolutely. I mean, I could make one either way, whichever Carrie wants to go, with the wraparound hip roof on the left-hand side, or as is. I'm fine either way.
Well, seeing as we're kind of close to the 50-foot buffer, it might be easier for us not to do it, just because I wouldn't want to have to redo anything to avoid that buffer.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll make a propose to approve as submitted.
There you go. Okay, there's a motion on the table to approve this as submitted. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Oh gosh, Abby. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, so that's that.
Right?
Was that you, John?
Yes, I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
41 Willamette Road, the pool.
41.
But withdrawn at the beginning.
Yeah, that got that's not being heard. That was taken off the agenda.
You're taking it off?
Yeah, we did at the beginning of the meeting, so it's not there. Yes, just strike it out.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now we're off to 22 Ellen's Way. We got Brooke back.
Yep. Permission to share.
Yep. Once again, regular board.
All right. This first application is a minor revision to the west elevation of the studio. The client wanted to add a cable rail. And this is all part of open space behind them. And the visibility will be blocked by the main house as well as the existing house and cottage over here on 20 Allen's Way. And that's it for the studio.
Okay, thanks.
And there is a cable rail being proposed for the house, but
Is that our next application?
that's the next application.
Yeah, okay. All right, regular board members, I'd love to hear from you.
I have no concerns, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Diane?
I don't have any concerns either.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
No concerns.
All right, John?
Yeah, is this for the cable rail?
Yes.
I am definitely against those on Nantucket. Thank you.
Okay. I will only say, John, for your benefit, that this is not going to be visible from a public way. It faces the side of the property and it's going to be blocked by the house. So I'm okay with it. So can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Because really, it's only one side that's changing. The rest is shingled. I make a motion to approve as submitted.
All right. Love the motion. Okay, on that motion, Abby.
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
All right, John.
No.
Okay, Val.
Aye.
All right, now I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Next up, the House.
All
And
right.
I would,
So there's two things going on here. We extended the covered porch all the way around the side, and the cable rail will be there will be a cable rail on this rear second floor deck.
All right. Mhm.
and
So
again, it's,
formerly, that porch that you see on the right-hand side of the south did not used to be there.
Correct. And I do have this was the previous.
Yeah, it looks better with it on, looks better wrapping around, up in my humble opinion. And then there's a cable rail in the back, right, Brooke?
Right there.
Correct. Okay, comments from the board.
I would make the same motion I just made on the other one.
Okay. So I think I know where this is gonna go, but so, John?
Can I see the east elevation, please?
There is the east elevation, sir.
Okay, now. Okay, right in the center, is that an archway there, or what is that? Yes.
Oh, but Brooke,
Yes.
is that attached to the architecture or does that just show up there?
It's part of the fence from the prior application. It's not
Okay.
part of this application.
John, that's a moon, it's a moon gate, but it's not part of this application.
It was part of a previous.
But if we vote for this, we have to vote with that out of the application, am I correct?
We can say that it's not part of this application. And
But if we approve the application as submitted, it's going to be part of the application.
no, I'm saying that if you're concerned about that moon gate, we can just say that it's not part of the application, that we're not approving it. It would be a separate application.
I go with your comments. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Val has made a motion to approve. On the motion, Abby?
Aye.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Val.
Yes, I can amend that motion to
Yeah.
say, the
Moon-
motion to approve does not include the previously approved hardscaping of the moon gate.
Thank you. Okay. So on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
very good. Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Brooke.
All right,
Let's
thank
see.
you. See you.
One Windy Way.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hi,
How's it going?
good. This is Claudia.
I
Can you
figured
see me? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
we can both.
Okay, wonderful.
And see.
So I'm part owner of Bricks Wine Shop,
Okay.
which is on One Windy Way, right across the Muse, right off Surfside.
Yep.
And we own the whole property,
Mm-hmm.
and we would like to add to the building.
Okay.
So you can see the addition basically from the parking lot. And then we would like to add the deck on the side of it. So pretty much everything is existing. We would so to move the wall towards the parking lot to add square footage. So we can put a 2-bedroom apartment there, which we would utilize.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see it. It's a little
Single-
shed.
it's a
Yeah.
Single story addition.
Yep.
So it's not the addition that goes from the floor to the ceiling. It's just the first floor that
Right.
extends.
Correct. Okay, so like.
So
see-
again, those views right here are the side views. That so the addition would probably, the addition would be exactly what you kind of see on the first picture. The addition would extend where that roof ends and would follow the roofs that are already there.
Yeah, and then it said something like, it looks like you're keeping the porch on the back side there on the left-hand side.
So basically, yes, that would be nicer. But yes, those are the stairs that lead to the upper apartment.
Oh,
And
so
then
they're already there.
they're already there. And
Okay.
then all we would do, we would put a French door when you see the white door right now. We would put the French doors and a deck leading into the small grass area, which allow us to enjoy the sun after we close bricks.
Okay, so now that we've seen the photographs, maybe we could go back to the elevations, the drawings. Okay. Go, there you go, to the right. Okay. So your little porch is on the left-hand side with that single 4-pane door. All the rest is filled in. The second floor remains just the way it is.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So the only thing that would change really is, again, the moving, again, taking one wall down, putting another, but moving that wall forward to accommodate a square addition of the square footage on the bottom floor.
Right. And obviously putting a roof over that.
Of course, yes. And it would follow, the roof would follow the existing line of those tiny little roofs that are in between.
Okay.
And then here, and you see here, like narrow French door to fit before the stairs that are already there. And then building the deck.
You got it. Okay. All right. So if I didn't say it before, this is once again the regular board. Anybody care to begin on this one?
I will. I think it's so minor and I think it's an improvement for them. So I'm for it.
All right. Thank you, Abby. Diane.
I excuse me, I guess it is also, it's an answer. I think it's still a huge building to put in on Windy Way, but that's
It's already there.
The whole building exists.
That's all.
Yeah. Diane is only saying it's just making a big building. That's all. Okay, thank you, Diane. John.
Hi, Anderson's an improvement, yes.
Okay, so you're all right with it. And Val?
I'm perfectly fine with it. I just have a question. I love that you're putting some grills in the windows, and the rest of the windows in the house don't have any, but will eventually those change out to have grills too?
Okay, so let's look, if we're looking at the building right now, there is a right-hand side and a left-hand side. Which one you're talking about?
I'm talking about what you're doing. You're making
Yes.
2/2 where the
Correct.
rest of your windows are.
So to fully answer your question, yes, 2/2. And then what you see on the right-hand side, I just don't have money to do it just yet.
It's not anything to do with the right-hand side. It's the windows above don't have grills, and I was simply just asking a question. That's all.
Yes, yes. Those are, when they will be changed, they will be changed to match the bottom windows.
Perfect.
And the one on the right-hand side will be changed, and they will also match these windows.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Somebody want to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve.
All right, love it. On the motion, Abby.
Hi, just letting the dog out.
All right, fair enough. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
And Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, Claudia, there you go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
You bet. Thank you.
Have a wonderful night.
You too. Okay, now we're down to White Elephant 50 Easton. Mike Duffy, if you're on board. Michael.
awning addition.
Is Michael here?
No.
I don't see him in the queue, Mr. Chair.
See him either.
Michael, we're going to give you a second to respond. Otherwise, we're going to move along, okay? Doesn't look like you're there. Okay, so can I have a motion to hold 50 Easton Street for representation?
So moved.
Thank you. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
John. John?
Is this the white elephant?
Yeah, but we're holding for representation, John.
What are you gonna do with it? I'm
We're going to
curious.
hold it for representation. We're not doing anything with it. So are you in favor of the motion to hold?
Yes.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
All right. Okay, so we held that one. Now we've got Marketone at 14 Lincoln. Addition. Mark, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Good.
This is an existing guest house on the west side of the property. And the owners are proposing an addition that will face interior to the property. It's on the east elevation. It's a dormer addition, second floor, no footprint changes to the building. It's all second floor mass changes.
Okay.
Clouded here in red.
Oh, so it's not happening to the square building?
Correct. This is the small building to the rear.
So what are you changing? What's bubbled?
I've got the.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
The red dash line.
That's correct.
You're adding a dormer.
That's right.
Okay. Is that it, Mark?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, I just want, so do we have HSAB on this by any chance?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yeah.
HSAB took a look at this on March 1st. First, I couldn't find an age of the garage. We know that the existing main house is historic.
Yeah.
HSAB's comments, visibility is probably limited. It's a dormer with dormers. Remove side shed dormers if visible. I believe there may have been, I think this was the concern on how this is pushed over to that end. But other than that, those are the comments.
Okay.
Standard of dormers into the roof was a comment on that. Thank you,
Hey,
Mr. Chair.
so Mark,
Yes.
to that point, which way is this dormer now facing? Is it facing towards Capone?
It faces, the dormer will face interior to the lot, east on the site plan, away from the street. And the building was constructed in about 07, 08.
Okay, yep. So
2007, 08.
no,
Oh.
I figured as opposed to 1908.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're saying that the whole thing faces back to the old ballroom house?
That's correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the old ballroom.
Yeah, okay. So I think the visibility, if it's there at all, is going to be extremely, extremely limited. All right. Who wants to start?
I will.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see the east elevation, please.
East, okay.
East, yeah.
There you go.
Okay, that's it. These arches that are on the left, next to the next to the bathing thing there.
I got some sad news for you, John. Very sad news.
It's already there.
That's already there. Yeah.
What's that? Okay.
All he's asking for is that dormer that has the red dash line around it. That's it. Okay.
In other words, the arches have been approved earlier.
Oh, back in 2000, what did you say, 2008?
2007, correct.
I think you were on the board then, John.
I think I was around. Yeah. Okay. Now, my question is, they've been approved in 2007?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Coutone. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm all set.
All right. Thanks, John. Val.
I'm fine with it. It
Okay.
faces the house and you can't see it.
I agree with that. Diane.
Yep, I agree.
Oh, okay, good. Great. Abby? Is Abby here? Or did she-
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
All right, did you not hear me?
Not for a second. You're here
Oh,
though.
yeah, I'm okay with it. I think it's a tiny bit overwhelming. I like the existing better, but
Just keep in mind that it faces back to the house.
yeah, okay.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on the motion, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
All right, Abby,
All right.
Val,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay,
Thank
Mark,
you.
there you go.
Appreciate it.
All right, next up, 10 Union, fence and gate.
I'd like,
Do we have Doug? Do we
if
have,
I could,
who do
like,
we have on this?
where did you
Yeah, okay, hi, Joe.
like last night?
In the refrigerator.
Okay, it's in.
All right, so Joe, tell us about 10 Union Street, your fence and your gate.
Yeah, it's this one sheet, so I've tried to put all the information on this one page.
Okay.
So fence type, there are 3 fence types.
Mhm.
Well, and I should say that existing fence type A runs all the way along Union Street, and it wraps the corner right where Holly is right now. It wraps the corner and heads down the driveway, the neighbor's driveway, and that runs all the way up. Okay. Well, since Holly's cursor's in the upper left photo, that's the existing type A fence, runs all the way along Union Street. It's been consumed by ivy. My client wishes to replace it exactly as is.
Okay.
And on the north of the page, that fence type A runs for a short distance up to where we've got it indicated, right where that cursor is. And then there's a hodgepodge of fences running along C that are all natural. They terminate against my client's garage, and that photo is in the upper right. That is a 6-foot tall natural fence. We're looking to replace that, but we're proposing that if you look in the lower right, that it has the same kind of peaked termination that the existing board fence does versus just being a flat top.
Is also painted? Is it painted?
That one's natural.
Oh.
Now, if you go to the south of the property at this corner A.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Holly, if you go to the second photo down from the top, there, right there. So the fence kind of climbs up, right? And that's where it kind of rises up to 4 feet. Then it goes back down to A. And at the far end of that, where you see B, is an existing 5-foot board fence, and that's the bottom photo. Now that runs right now for about 16 feet. So what we're looking to do is to extend the length of that B fence closer to Union, within 20 feet of Union. That's what the middle drawing represents. So
So
I don't know if we're good.
how tall is your B?
The B fence is 5 feet, and the existing A fence is 3 feet. It climbs up to 4 in the corner. So then it'll drop to 3, go 20 feet, and then it climbs up to 5. And it ends up joining with the existing, the B type fence. So if you take a step back, what we're doing is existing natural fences will be replaced natural, but have a peak on them. Existing A fences get replaced exactly as is.
Painted.
And then on the south elevation, we're looking to extend the B fence to within 20 feet of the corner. It's dimensioned on that elevation so that we get a little bit more privacy to the neighbor that's to the south of us. I hope that is clear.
Generally, yeah. And Union Street is on the left. I mean,
Union Street is on the left, correct. If you look at the photos, if we go to the third photo down, the third photo down is taken from our front yard looking to the south. You're looking at the neighbor to the south. So there you can see the existing type A fence that runs all the way along the south property line till it turns into a 5-foot fence.
Yep.
We're looking to make it be 5 feet tall, probably to about where the first foundation window is on that house. Yeah, about right there. Then it'll pop back up. But the neighbor's foundation gets really high out of the ground there, and we're really just looking to hide that.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, the house itself is white painted shingles. It's being reshingled in white painted shingles right now. The garage is white. So it might seem like a lot of white fence, but it's in keeping with the architecture, sort of a cottage, English cottage garden that's happening there.
Well, it's also what happens to
Chairman?
people.
Right.
Yes, John.
I have a question to BCP,
Yep.
BPC, excuse me. Would it be more beneficial visually to find one height to do all of it at one height? I'm asking your opinion. You're doing the job, I'm just curious.
Well, I would say no, because you can see the topography, the land drops down a couple feet from Union Street. So having a nice low fence along Union, I think makes a lot of sense. And then the neighbor's house kind of towers over this house, and having the taller fence buffer us from the neighbors seemed to make sense. And I was trying to be sensitive to the existing fence architecture and have it transition gradually towards the back versus having a 5-foot fence right at the corner of Union.
No, thank you. I just wanted to know what your opinion would be, Maybe you're right, put it back, but I just had that question. Thank you.
John, thanks. Now, we should hear from Holly with HSAB, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Now, HSAB did take a look at this. I was not at that meeting, but I did review it on my own. I just want to notate, and I believe, and Joe can correct me if I'm wrong. First of all, this is that circa 1930s little cottage style type of structure there. I think I've been in there once. Fairly cute. You guys are working on it right now, and I think this was before the commission before. But correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, this really would be a like kind application if it wasn't for the proposed B on this side. Is that correct?
Yeah, with a minor exception, because fence C right now has a flat top, and we're just looking to add that peak detail so there's some consistency. But yeah, in fact, I thought about splitting it into 2 applications. One is a like kind replacement, and one to modify the south run. But I thought that might be too complicated, so I've put it all together in one application.
Understood. Thank you very much. HSAB had no comments and was very happy to see it being restored. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cool. Thanks. All right, board members.
I'm good with it.
All right. Thanks, Abby. How about you, Diane? Uh-oh. Val?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm
there's
good with it.
Diane's good with it, Val?
I'm good with it. Is,
John?
I was down there today. It seems like something's missing.
Some trees.
They took the trees out.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of, they'll be replaced actually sensitively. This guy plans to, he bought this property because it's a garden, but there were a lot of, the ivy was taken over a lot and there was a lot of scraggly trees that he'll be replanting this with a natural buffer, not a line of privet, but he's going to occupy it for the summer and then get into the landscape stuff kind of phase 2. But yeah, it's a little jarring driving down Union Street now because they've cleared some of the trees. The large tree that's on the corner is a town tree, and there's some cedar that screens from the house. That's going to stay, but a lot of the vegetation along the middle part of the lot was just, the ivy was choking out just about everything in there. It was hiding some stone walls, and we want to bring back the natural beauty of that landscape.
Okay. John, I guess we heard from you, right, John?
Aye, I'm in favor.
Okay, so let's have a motion.
So moved.
All right, John's made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Abby. Uh-oh, did Abby get up? Oh, there's Abby.
Aye.
All right, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val. All right, John.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Joseph.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Next up, thank you, you too. Next up, 5 Essex, a car tent. Same board.
Car tent, is that one word?
No. It's a hyphenated word. Car tent.
It's a
Okay.
tent for a car.
Do we have somebody to represent this?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if he's here. Let me just take a peek.
It's Ronnie Ayers.
Yes, apparently so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's
Well,
here. It's an inflatable tent,
Oh, jeepers. Wow.
but it's
Okay.
behind the house on Essex Drive.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I'd like to make a motion to hold for a viewing.
Well, we should also hold for representation, yeah.
I'm sorry?
We need to hold for representation too, John, okay?
Okay.
And hold for a definition.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully the applicant will provide us with the definition. All right, so the motion has been made to hold for representation. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and John. John, I heard you say aye a few times, so I'm sure that was it. And I'm in favor. Okay, so now, here you go, guys. We have 3 applications at 71R Cliff for Brooke. And, oh, we have time. It's like quarter of. We should be able to cut through this, or some of it anyway. All right, Brooke.
All right, screen share, please.
I have to go in 5 minutes. Up to you.
Well, he should sit off then, because there's so many
Yeah,
applications.
John, why don't we say goodnight, and we can have one of the associate members come in, because there's 3 applications that will take us up to 9, I'm sure. Is that all right, John?
Yes, sir. Good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Good night, John. Let's see who's
Night,
left.
everybody.
Do we have Stephen there?
I'm here. I'm here at the driest show in town. Car tent.
All right. Okay. So, Stephen, you're on it. Brooke, go.
All right, this is an application for a new dwelling at 71R Cliff Road. This is a parcel that was attached to this property right here. It was subdivided in the back. As you can see, it's hemmed in by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings, and it's a very, very small little lane that takes you down this road. The buildings in the immediate vicinity with the, yes, okay, so this is 77 Cliff Road. This is 2 Hamblin, which is a street to the west of this property. This is 1 Hamblin, which is an immediate abutter, 2-story with glass. And then this is 69 Cliff Road, which is also an immediate abutter. This is on the little brick road. Here's 75 Cliff, and the trim details of the building that I'm going to show you are pretty similar to this, and in terms of the simplicity as well. And then here are just a few other buildings, not quite in the vicinity, but down on Darrymore, just for context. This is 1 Hamblin, that's 2 Hamblin. This is 69 Cliff, 75 Cliff, 77 Cliff. And here's the site plan. And one of the things I had spoken to a gentleman on Zoom right now, and one of the things he had asked about was a topo plan, which I was able to find. So I just wanted to show you what got approved at the Conservation Commission. We are basically building at elevation 37, and it slightly domes off to elevation 36. And then you can see it starts stepping back up to elevation 37. So there is a little area here where it is
Bless you.
at elevation 34. So there will be, well, it's not really going to be filled in. It's going to be filled in by a house. But elevation 37 more or less already exists around this building. And then it steps down slightly, over 20 feet, it drops a foot down to elevation 35. And that was for this gentleman's benefit. And so let's see, moving on to the house. This is the side that faces the little lane. It's a little brick lane. It doesn't really have a name that I know of. And the car will be over here. This is the rear of the building, which I'll show you some more information shortly.
Okay.
Here's a relative, gonna have a pool cabana, of course. And this is just relative size. And this is the rear facing the pool area. And looking at this again, this right here is 1 Hamblin. You can see how it basically creates a very small area where things might be visible, but that would mean,
small area.
yeah, right. Excuse me.
Through the chair, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Continue, Brooke.
okay. So anyway, so we'll be planting a board fence and vegetative screening along this area.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Great. Kathy, did you say there was a letter?
Yes, there is. I forwarded it to you all before the meeting. I can read it if you'd like.
And
Yeah, I didn't read it.
we have.
Yeah, it came in on the last minute. All right, it's representing the abutter at 69 Cliff. We have the following comments that we request to be entered into the record. We will be attending and happy to summarize live at the meeting at the appropriate time.
Okay.
The elevations as well as the application seem to indicate a flat lot. Could the applicant provide a grading plan to illustrate the location of fill as well as how that will be addressed at the property lines? Based on the recent Concom hearing, it is anticipated that a fairly significant amount of fill will be required. Of the reference photographs provided by the applicant, the structure that are a story and a half massing seem the most appropriate given the context and size of the proposed structure relative to the area for the lot. With the exception of 71 Cliff, from which lot was subdivided from, the surrounding lots are at least 1/3 larger than 71R. Consequently, it may be appropriate for the applicant to proportion the development of this lot to more closely align with those abutting. Perhaps the applicant can further consider the rotation of the structure on the lot and whether it would be more appropriate to align with the east front lot line rather than the west. The application indicates white trim, white sash, white doors, but the window and door schedule indicates black sash, white trim, white doors. Black sash is more appropriate than gray trim. Architectural shingles are less appropriate than cedar shakes or 3-tab asphalt. Glazing on the west elevation is not typical and will be visible from Hamlin. Pools seems oversized given the offset from the proposed structures as well as the size of the lot. Appreciate that no bluestone is proposed and that some of the lot will be left permeable. Note that fencing is proposed on Ellen's Way, Hamlin. He has a question mark.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I have CC'd Brooke Meerbergen, and we spoke earlier. Thank you. And this is from Ethan Griffin.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Now, did somebody want to speak on this application?
If I may, just to follow up on the letter that we submitted for 69 Cliff. This is Ethan Griffin.
No.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just follow up on that letter. Again, I appreciate, I spoke with Brooke earlier and I appreciate the time that he took. And I also inclusion of the topo plan. I slightly disagree. I think it indicates that there's a fairly significant amount of fill that's getting put in. It's almost 2 feet of fill that's being added to the majority of the lot. That being said, again, I certainly appreciate it. I'll also note that he did neglect to mention some of the smaller structures that are immediately abutting the property. But again, we appreciate the time you took to speak with me and look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you, Ethan. Anybody else? I'm sorry, you're going to need to unmute. You're muted right now.
Is Arthur Reed there? He should be. Arthur Reed is our attorney.
Well, I saw him about an hour ago.
And he's supposed to be on for us.
There's Arthur. He's muted. Arthur, you're muted if you can hear me.
I thought it said he left.
Well, I see his name up and I see the muted symbol.
Then that means he's still here. He must have thought, well, I'll speak for a few minutes. I'm hoping he'll come back because he has our concerns that was supposed to be representing. And that is, I'm at my husband and I, Michael Braylauer and Merrill Braylauer, live at 1 Hamlin Road. And this is going to have significant impacts on us. So we're obviously very concerned about the density of this project. If you were to look at the lot, it's as was commented, it's much smaller than the majority of the lots in the neighborhood. And it's much more, there are just a lot of things on the property. And it's very, very close to the lot line. If you look at what all this, and it's very visible from, if you come down Hamlin Street, I actually had some photos, but I was not encouraged to send them. But if you look in our driveway, which is quite wide, our driveway is between the property that says Heathcote. It's on the corner of Cliff and Hamlin. You can see the whole structure from our driveway. That whole area you can see from the road from Hamlin. It's completely visible.
Okay.
I also think that, that little lane that he called a little lane is something where there's visibility too. I don't know where else. That's my house. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so Hamlin Road and that little lane are both publicly traveled ways, so we take.
Yes,
consideration.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, no, I didn't think you were, Brooke. Okay,
But our concern is the density for us. I mean, it's the 6-bedroom house on a tiny lot. Our house and lot are much bigger, and it's nothing like, we have a 4-bedroom house.
They've squeezed a pool in and a whatever you want to call it, a guest house. It sits very, very close to the lot line that abuts us as well as our other neighbor on Hamlin Road. And compared to the other lots in the neighborhood, the number of structures in the house relative to the size of the lot is much, much more dense. The size of the pool relative to the lot, how close it is to the back lot line is a concern of ours. And we have a concern about our grandchildren and the safety of the pool being so close to our lot line, et cetera, et cetera. But the major concern is the number of structures on a very relatively tiny lot relative to the neighborhood and the size of the structures, particularly the pool and the guest house.
all right, thank you. And I'm going.
Not a guest house, for the record.
All right, hang on a sec. So it's 9 o'clock now. We usually adjourn at 9, but we're into the middle of this application. So we're going to hear what the board members have to say regarding the house, but we're going to carry the studio and the pool over because we just won't have time to get to those tonight, in fairness to the board. So,
hello,
yeah.
Mr. Chair, may I speak? I'm in a butter on 69.5 Cliff Road. I'm right
Oh, I'm
behind.
sorry. You're another. Okay.
I'm another butter.
Yeah. Can you?
My name is Karen Padir. My husband Halil is also here with me.
Thank you. Okay.
And I noticed there were no pictures of our land, our lot that were submitted into this. So our greatest concern about this project is, and Mr. Griffin also brought it up, that the slope of the line, we are a good 6 feet under the 1 Hamlin and 69, a good like 3 or 4 feet. This lot slopes completely down. So also sharing the concern about the fill.
Can I ask you a
And
question?
also,
ma'am?
yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at your property right now and it's at elevation 37, which is the same elevation that Brooke is proposing for his property.
I don't know how you could do that because we're lower
Well,
than
I'm looking at the topo
them.
now. I think we all are.
So there is a hole in the, in the middle of this lot. That hole obviously goes away because a building goes into it.
Right.
This is your existing 36. So there's going to be an extra foot of grade added to that topo line. And then the 36 will join the old 36 in this new location.
But if you walk down that private way, it's a brick driveway that goes along the Griffin property 71 and 71R and ours at 69.5. It slopes down significantly.
Right here,
So,
it is a basin. As it goes up to your house, there is an elevation gain.
no, I'm just talking, if you're standing on that, if you go to where gravel drive is, that G, and you walk up to the front door of Mr. Griffin's home, you move upward. It's a hill. You walk up the hill.
Right. It's up in this
to
direction.
Cliff Road.
It's
Right.
up in
No.
this direction.
Okay. So you want to continue? I see that Arthur has joined us as well. So we're running over time here. So do you want to finish?
Yeah, so let me just, so it's sloped down, very concerned about water runoff, right, for this property. We already get a pool of water at the bottom of our driveway every single time it rains. And so now we're going to put, we're going to displace land, we're going to put a pool, we're going to put a house. I didn't understand from the plans where the water runoff is going to go.
Okay. Is that it?
the driveway.
Hang on one second. Was that it, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Arthur, I see that you've joined us. Do you have something additional you'd like to say?
I'll be very brief because I think most of this has been pretty well covered. I represent the Brailauers who have already been on.
Yeah.
And I think that the very large amount of program on this very small lot is going to be quite visible from several locations, including pretty much a straight shot up at the pool from Hamblin Road, right between the houses at 1 Hamblin and the Lamb House on the corner. And I think that with again, there's an awful lot going on this very small lot. I think that the visibility is going to be quite considerable. Obviously this is not going to finish tonight, and I'll have more comments as this thing goes on, I believe.
Yeah, so I don't know whether you were present for this part, Arthur, but we clearly are running out of time or already have run out of time. So I'd like to hear from the board members about the house, but the pool and the cabana are both going to be heard, I would guess, on Thursday. So you're going to have another crack at those elements then. But so can I hear from board members on the architecture of the house?
Yeah, I'll go.
Thank you, Abby.
Architecture of the house. Well, this is one of those things that never should have been subdivided. It's way overdeveloped. If they're going to build a house of this size, then you're not going to have a pool and a cabana. I mean, there's nothing wrong with making a smaller house. It's not a contest in how big. It's about how appropriate the architecture is for the site and the neighborhood. And I don't see this in this design. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Val.
I'll go.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Diane.
Okay. No, I agree with what Abby has said. I am concerned, and again, I would ask for the thing, I can't make it out on the thing, of what what the housing is to the land and what the proportions are. It seems to me that that there is more buildings than, it looks like they have 300 feet on that chart of how much land you can have and how many houses and what construction you can have. If somebody can look that, maybe Holly can see that.
I'm going to guess.
One was 2,000.
Figures. Yeah, there they are.
One was 2,000 something or other, and then the other, if you added it up, came to 15 for the big house and 216. So that makes it 1736 for the total, and the whole thing is only 2,000 square feet. So I have a problem with that. There's no space. Houses on Cliff Road are not completely going from side to side. They have gardens, all sorts of stuff. And the architecture of this house is nothing. It has no particular design or aging at all. And we'll do the pool and the rest of the stuff on another time.
Right. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, Val. Are you still with us, Val? Uh-oh. Stephen, how about?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
Hmm.
I think what would be helpful is for us to have perhaps a site plan that has a little bit more information on it. And, I appreciate he brought the thing from the Concom to the meeting, but what I'd like to understand is perhaps like a cross section through the property, showing us, the house and how the grade works and how exactly the fill is going to work. Is there going to be retaining? That kind of thing, because it's all showing on a flat lot, and I'm really not understanding how that is getting accomplished, but I struggle with that.
Brooke, why don't you do, because the lot is so small, why don't you do a cross section north-south and one east-west?
Yeah.
Showing proposed and existing grade, and then your house sitting on top of it all.
Yep.
Yeah.
That sound all right? Anything else, Val?
I think the house is pretty, simple. I don't really have anything to say in particular about that at the moment. I think I need to understand the overall site, and then I could make some more comments. I'm gonna go up and walk around too. Yeah. It's one of those things that just because you can doesn't mean you should. So anyway,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Val. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my comments were going to be the north, south, east, west. I want to put a little refinement on those cross sections. I'd like them to include from the points to show the highest and the lowest along both those axes. So we're actually seeing the cut line at the point where we're getting the most difference. For me, it's just a matter of information. I haven't made a decision one way or the other, but I want to make an informed decision given the setting here. I also would like to get along the lines of the site plans, 2 items. One would be a copy of the survey drawing entered into the record for our packet and review. And I would like to get we don't have a locus map that I saw. I'd like to have the locus. And I'd actually like to have a quick overlay of the proposed within the locus map. I understand it's going to be approximate, but I think that there's value in that. And then lastly, I want clarification, again, along the lines of an informed decision. Between Hamlin and North Star Lane, there is a road. It's not owned by any individual. And I would like to know what that road is, who has ownership. I think that's relevant to our review here. And those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Question through the.
Yeah, go ahead, Brooke, go.
What road are you talking about, Steve?
To the east of 71R, between 71R and 69 on the locus map. Yeah, that road is not owned by anyone. So I presume that it's town land.
No, it's owned by the Griffins.
Okay, because if you click on the locus maps, it doesn't come up as owned by anyone.
That's funny, because then it would imply that it's a private way, and therefore that's not part of our jurisdiction.
Right. So again, I'm not prejudicing my comments either way. I'm just looking for information so I can make an informed decision.
That's definitely worthwhile looking into, Stephen.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Oh, sure, Arthur, go ahead.
I actually researched that.
Yeah.
And it is a way. It is the fee in the way is in fact owned by Mr. Griffin. If you read the act, it provides that a way shown on a plan at the Registry of Deeds is within HDC jurisdiction.
Okay.
And
Okay.
therefore, I have concluded that there is jurisdiction in terms of the visibility from this road.
This is, to get to this piece of property, you have to travel over that way.
That's right.
So, unless there's an easement or something like that, but I understand. Thank
It's
you.
called a way on the plan that's filed at the Registry of Deeds.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
So my last thank you, Attorney Reed. My last comment, Mr. Chair, is when we get to motion is I'd like to add this to the view again, because I wasn't aware that that was one of the elements we want to be checking out.
Okay. So I think we just need more information, the sections as described. And then we're going to take up the other two items. I believe on Thursday, we have a Thursday meeting, do we not?
Yes, we do.
All right. And so we're going to start with the next two applications on this piece of property, correct?
Yes.
More or less. Okay. So why don't we hold, does somebody want to craft a motion for us to vote on?
Motion to hold for additional
Make a
information
motion to hold for.
and a view, and the additional information would include the surveyed site plan, cross sections, northeast,
Okay.
north, south, east, west, at the deepest and shallowest points of the lot, and a locus with a quick overlay of the proposed dwelling and pool house or studio.
Okay. That sounds
By
great.
Thursday.
There's the, well, nice if we had all that stuff together by Thursday. Okay, so that's Stephen's motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And we'll pick this up again on Thursday. And gosh, we're already a quarter after 9.
Motion to adjourn.
No, wait.
Hang on a second there.
I just wanted to say something about tomorrow night's appeal, just so you all know, just a reminder. I did post a meeting for the select board in case there's a quorum. But right now, I do have Val and Abby attending.
Lovely.
So anybody else that wants to join in, I just want to let you know that I did post a meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
I second that motion.
I third it.
All right, there's a motion on the table to adjourn. Who made that motion? I forget already.
Well, I tried.
Miss Camp.
Made the motion. Okay, so Abby's made a motion to adjourn. Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
Diane. Diane,
Aye.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. I'll talk to you guys on Thursday. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
See you tomorrow night.
Oh, God, I forgot.